internet. I am Insane Lane, and I'm sorry I'm late. It's been one of those days. It's got like 5 minutes behind at the wrong moment. I'm aware I still sound a little froggy. A lot better than last week. Still have hot tea. Mm, yummy. Hello, everybody in the chat. So, not sure what we're in for tonight. It is the first time I'm having to uh, split a chapter into multiple parts. My puppy thinks I'm on the phone, so he wants to come say hello. In a minute, no one can see you yet. You know you like it when people look at you and think you're cute. Because they don't know what a little brat you can be. Yeah, because he totally didn't rip open a bag of garbage last night just so he could eat it. I couldn't get his usual kibble, so he's boycotting the kibble that I had to buy. So he's been in extra garbage seeking mode, even though I try so hard to never leave a bag of garbage like sitting around overnight instead of throwing it down the chute. But no, somebody had to get into it and act like I don't feed you, even though there's a whole bowl of kibble in the kitchen that's all yours. To which he says, yes, but that's not my right kibble. So I'm only going to eat it when I absolutely have no choice. Yeah, you need to eat your kibble. Oh. So, with the chapters this week being the way that they are, the way that I have parsed this out, because, why make anything easy or, coherent in any way? Because what we have is chapter 4 is 6 whole pages long. So chapter 4 is 6 pages long, followed by chapter 5, which is a whole 11 pages long, followed by chapter 6, which is 51 pages long. What the hell? Did nobody who was editing even try saying, maybe you shouldn't have a page count that goes 6, 11, 51. Yeah, that's just a little unbalanced. No, look what I'm talking about in balance, huh? I mean, the main character's deeply unbalanced, so I guess that counts for something. Now, what all did we get last week? It wasn't much because it was really just the opening. It was really just them meeting for the first time. But we did get a good look at how fucked up he is in the head because he's he's stalking this girl and mentally auditioning her to be his ultimate submissive when he knows that she knows nothing about the lifestyle. She has no idea what he is doing. He keeps having weird, creepy encounters with her. And he's basically saying, I know I can manipulate this woman into becoming my submissive, but do I really want to have to train her from scratch because she's so naive and clueless about it? Hi, Nightwolf. And it's like, okay, we have just gone, that is the ultimate level of stalking and grooming all at the same time. And he knows exactly what he's doing. I always said that in the other books, but these make it abundantly clear. He knows exactly what he is doing. And he calls himself a jerk and an asshole for doing it. So he's also aware that it's wrong. That and the fact that he like hacked into her bank account and has like a CIA level dossier on her. How, like, the only reason he's not in jail is because he's rich. Because nobody gets to be this good of a stalker without like building up to it. So I'm sure he has stalked other women. I'm sure some of his former submissives, and we learn later he keeps tabs on all of them for like the rest of their lives just in case, which is a whole other kind of twisted and possessive. But for now, all rise for the national anthem. And then we shall introduce the ducks.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, "No thank you," then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, "Yes, please, that's kind of you." And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, "Do you want tea?" because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, "But you wanted tea last week," or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat, going, "But you wanted tea last night." If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
And there we go. Hello, everybody. No, I have not done laundry yet. I will by next week. But for now, we shall introduce our pantheon of ducks. We have Ralph, Charlotte, Steve, Paddington, Caspian, Inspector Clouseau, Dumbo, Sally, Bill, Xavier, Eloise, Pongo, Mitch, and Sansu. And we have room for more ducks. There are 11 ducks left in the bag that have never come out, that have never gotten to come out and play or have a name. So we have 11 ducks. And as always, the sponsorship/donation tiers are $10 gets a duck drawn randomly out of the bag. You get to name it, or if you don't want to, I will. Do have handcuffs here, which for 25, I'll put these on for 20 pages. That's how I'm judging it out right now, because doing it by chapters doesn't work anymore since we're doing 3 to 4 chapters at once. So it's page count now. $25 for 20 pages. We only do 40 pages here ish per night, so we'll work that out. And since I'm feeling mostly better except for my voice, for $50 I will chug this much wine all at once, hopefully without puking. And new tonight, we have a red flag. This is temporary. I'm going to make a much better one, but this was the best I could do on very short notice. So we have a literal red flag to wave, which is so needed. I'm going to make one out of like fabric and wires. I'm working on it. I just didn't have the right fabric because I decided that fabric was too pink, especially after I camera tested it and it looked really pink. So it's like, okay, no, need to acquire something else, which will happen probably next week. So for now, we are good to go. I have hot tea in a, just to put it out there, it's a color changing mug. Cold parts are black when the warm parts are not. I can't remember if it ever actually went all the way white. It's really old. Like, as you can tell, that's like season 2. I'd actually forgotten that it was a color change mug till I put tea in it. All right, chapter 4. Oh, I also noticed that she's been stretching the dates in this to make their relationship, I guess, seem like it was longer before getting married than it actually was. So there's so much retconning, and I did check about the husbands, and yes, in the other books it does say that Ray and Anastasia's mom were only married for like 2 to 3 years. They were not married for the 16 years it says in here, which is bullshit. And she did leave out one husband because it does say that the guy is the 5th husband, I think. So, what is retconning your own books even like? I feel like there should be a name for this because it's so atrociously bad. Like when you have to retcon your own stuff because you realized how horrible what you wrote is. Oh god, we're gonna get silly tonight. I can feel it coming. Thursday, May 19th, 2011. Which already that's like 10 days since the start of this book, at which point they had already fucked multiple times. But in this version, the last time he saw her was the meeting for coffee and force feeding her a muffin. And now it's been several days since they spoke, apparently. No. My scream bounces off the bedroom walls and wakes me from my nightmare. I'm smothered in sweat with the stench of stale beer, cigarettes, and poverty in my nostrils. There's a sentence. And a lingering dread of drunken violence. Sitting up, I put my head in my hands as I try to calm my escalated heart rate and erratic breathing. It's been the same the last 4 nights. Glancing at the clock, I see it's 3 a.m. You know, given the history, one thing that surprises me is that he drinks at all. Because I've known people who are the children of alcoholics, and most of them are like not teetotalers, but they don't drink for exactly that reason. I mean, they don't drink at all ever. It's just a thing. So I'm surprised that he actually drinks. I have 2 major meetings today, and I need a clear head and some sleep. Damn it. What I'd give for a good night's sleep. You know, they make pills for this, dude. And you're rich enough to afford whatever you want. Get some freaking Xanax. And I have a round of fucking golf with Bastille. I should cancel the golf. The thought of playing and losing darkens my already bleak mood. Didn't he say he always loses because he sucks at golf? Clambering out of bed, I wander down the corridor into the kitchen. There, I fill a glass with water and catch sight of myself, dressed only in pajama pants, reflected in the glass wall on the other side of the room. I turn away in disgust. You turned her down. She wanted you, and you turned her down. It was for her own good. Did I miss the part where she hit on him? Because I don't remember that happening. I mean, it may have happened in his head because we know he's like a little delusional. This has needled me for days now. Her beautiful face appears in my mind without warning, taunting me. If my shrink was back from his vacation in England, I could call him. England has phones. I mean, granted, you shouldn't call your shrink on vacation, but every therapist I've ever had, when they're on vacation, somebody is covering for them. because I had to emergency call someone once because there was a mix-up at the pharmacy and I needed them to fix it. So thank God somebody was covering, or I would have been completely screwed until they got back. Like, therapists don't just abandon their patients for 2 weeks because that would be really dangerous. His psychobabble shit would stop me from feeling this lousy. Okay, how are you at the same time calling it psychobabble shit and then claiming it's effective? Cray, she was just a pretty girl. Notice how Anastasia's attractiveness has gone like way up in this because we're being told repeatedly that she's gorgeous, she's beautiful, and yet in the other books she's described as being completely plain Jane girl next door, which is in fitting with her, she's modeled on Bella, same thing. She's supposed to be the everyday girl next door, plain as dirt thing, but now suddenly she's gorgeous. Again, this could just be in his own head, his own interpretation. Perhaps I need a distraction. A new sub, maybe. You've already said this. It's been too long since Susanna. I contemplate calling Elena in the morning. She always finds suitable candidates for me. But the truth is, I don't want anyone new. I want Anna. So he doesn't even pick up his own subs. Didn't he say he went to BDSM classes and that's where he picked up his subs? And now he's saying, no, Elena finds them for me. Like, how much of a relationship do they still have that he lies about? Because clearly he's more involved with her than he let on. Her disappointment, her wounded indignation, and her contempt remain with me. She walked away without a backward glance. Perhaps I raised her hopes by asking her out for coffee, only to disappoint her. Maybe I should find some way to apologize. Then I can forget about this whole sorry episode and get the girl out of my head. Leaving the glass in the sink for my housekeeper to wash, I trudge back to bed. The radio alarm jolts to life at 5:45 as I'm staring at the ceiling. I haven't slept and I'm exhausted. Fuck. This is ridiculous. The program on the radio is a welcome distraction excuse me, until the second news item. It's about the sale of a rare manuscript, an unfinished novel by Jane Austen called The Watsons that's being auctioned in London. Books, she said. Christ, even the news reminds me of Little Miss Bookworm. That's called obsession. She's an incurable romantic who loves the English classics. But then so do I, but for different reasons. I don't have any Jane Austen first editions or Brontes for that matter, but I do have 2 Thomas Hardys. Of course, this is it. This is what I can do. Aha, light bulb moment. Moments later, I'm in the library with Jude the Obscure and a box set of Tess of the Umbervilles in its 3 volumes laid out on the billiard table in front of me. Both are bleak books with tragic themes. Hardy had a dark, twisted soul, like me. I shake off the thought and examine the books. Even though Jude is in better condition, it's no contest. In Jude, there's no redemption, so I'll send her Tess with a suitable quote. I know it's not the most romantic book, considering the evils that befall. I think I skipped a page. That befall the heroine. Wait, did I? Yeah, that befall the heroine. But she has a brief taste of romantic love in the bucolic idyll that is the English countryside. And Tess does exact revenge on the man who wronged her. Sounds like I need to read this. Has this been made into? I'm sure it's been made into a movie, but has it been made into a good movie? How did this not get adapted in the 90s when they were making all the books like this into teen romance rom-coms? Whoever had that idea, thank you, because 10 Things I Hate About You is an amazing movie. You can see like it's very early career unknown Heath Ledger, and you can immediately see that he was destined for greatness. Like, still one of the most tragic losses of a young actor, right up there with Anton Yelchin. But that's not the point. Anna mentioned Hardy as a favorite, and I'm sure she's never seen, let alone owned, a first edition. Oh, let me throw money at her to apologize. She'll be impressed. You sound like the ultimate consumer. Her judgmental retort from the interview comes back to haunt me. Yes, I like to possess things. Things that will rise in value, like first editions. Feeling calmer and more composed and a little pleased with myself, I head back into my closet and change into my running gear. In the back of the car, I leaf through book one of the test first edition. You're handling a first edition without gloves on in a moving car, are you stupid? Answer, yes, that's really stupid. Looking for a quote and at the same time wonder when Anna's last exam will take place. I read the book years ago and have a hazy recollection of the plot. Fiction was my sanctuary when I was a teenager. My mother always marveled that I read. Eliot, not so much. I craved the escape that fiction provided. He didn't need an escape. Okay, did she mean nonfiction here? Because fiction, like, what? Mr. Gray, Taylor interrupts. We're here, sir. He climbs out of the car and opens my door. I'll be outside at 2 o'clock to take you to your golf game. I nod and head into Gray House. The books tucked under my arm. Why? Why are you carrying these around? This is a horrible idea. The young receptionist greets me with a flirtatious wave. Every day, like a cheesy tune on repeat. Then again, fire her if she annoys you so much or move her somewhere else. Ignoring her, I make my way to the elevator that will take me straight to my floor. Of course, he has a private elevator. Good morning, Mr. Gray. Barry on security greets me as he presses the button to summon the elevator. How's your son, Barry? Better, sir. I'm glad to hear it. I step into the elevator and it shoots up to the 20th floor. Andrea is on hand to greet me. Good morning, Mr. Gray. Ross wants to see you. Roz. I wish you'd spell that correctly. Like it's a weird spelling. Wants to see you to discuss the Darfur project. Barney would like a few minutes. I hold up my hand to silence her. Forget those for now. Get me Welch on the line and find out when Flynn is back from vacation. Once I've spoken to Welch, we can pick up the day's schedule. You don't know when your therapist is back from vacation? Like, that seems weird. Also, rude much. Yes, sir. And I need a double espresso. Get Olivia to make it for me. But looking around, I notice that Olivia is absent. It's a relief. The girl's always mooning over me, and it's fucking irritating. Again, why would you put up with it? Does he strike you as the kind of person that would put up with that if it really annoys him? Answer, no. He would have gotten rid of or moved this person out of his orbit a long time ago. And you both want her to make you coffee and then you're relieved that she's gone? Would you like milk, sir? Andrea asks. Good girl. I give her a smile. I need my lighter already. Not today. I do like to keep them guessing how I take my coffee. Okay, how is that a good thing to do? You have to drink the coffee. So, like, why wouldn't you just tell them how you like your coffee and just have good coffee every day? Why do you have to, like, literally, he makes everything a game and everything is about fucking with people. Like, this is why, this above all is like proof that he is at minimum a sociopath. And given his violent tendencies, I'm saying he's a psychopath. Because he plays these games with everybody all the time, purely for his own amusement. Ow. Very good, Mr. Gray. She looks pleased with herself, which she should be. She's been the best PA I've had. 3 minutes later, she has Welch on the line. Welch, Mr. Gray, the background check you did for me last week, Anastasia Steele, studying at WSU. Yes, sir, I remember. I'd like you to find out when her last exam takes place and let me know as a matter of priority. Dude, you're a major donor to the university, plus exam times are usually posted on websites. You could easily find this out. Very good, sir. Anything else? No, that will be all. I hang up and stare at the books on my desk. I need to find a quote. That probably just cost him like $500 to ask somebody else to do something he could have Googled. Roz, my number two, and my chief operating officer is in full flow. We're getting clearance from the Sudanese authorities to push the shipments into Port Sudan. But our contacts on the ground are hesitant about the road journey to Darfur. They're doing a risk assessment to see how viable it is. Logistics must be tough. Her normal sunny disposition is absent. We could always airdrop. Christian, the expense of an airdrop. I know. Let's see what our NGO friends come back with. Okay, she says and sighs. I'm also waiting for the all clear from the State Department. I roll my eyes, bucking red tape. If we have to grease some palms or get Senator Blandino to intervene, let me know. Okay, who's thinking of, you know who I'm thinking of. Senator. There's an idea. Let's hope this name does not come up too often or I'm going to crack. So the next topic is where to site the new plant. You know, the tax breaks in Detroit are huge. I sent you a summary. I know, but God, does it have to be Detroit? I don't know what you have against that place. It meets all our criteria. Yeah, a place he said he didn't remember ever living, but oh well. Okay, get Bill to check out potential brownfield sites. Let's do one more site search to see if any other municipality would offer more favorable terms. Bill has already sent Ruth out there to meet with the Detroit Brownfield Redevelopment Authority, who couldn't be more accommodating, but I'll ask Bill to do a final check. My phone buzzes. Yes, I growl at Andrea. She knows I hate being interrupted in a meeting. I have Welch for you. My watch says 11:30. That was quick. Put him through. I signal for Roz to stay. Mr. Gray. Welch, what news? Miss Steele's last exam is tomorrow, May 12th. Damn, I don't have long. Great, that's all I need to know. I hang up. Roz, bear with me one more moment. Why would you want your assistant in the room when you're actively engaging in like extremely obvious stalker behavior? I pick up the phone. Andrea answers immediately. Andrea, I need a blank note card to write a message within the next hour. I say and hang up. Right, Roz, where were we? Yeah, because he's paying so much attention. At 12:30, Olivia shuffles into my office with lunch. She's a tall, willowy girl with a pretty face. Sadly, it's always misdirected at me with longing. She's carrying a tray with what I hope is something edible. After a busy morning, I'm starving. She trembles as she puts it on my desk. Tuna salad. Okay. She hasn't fucked this up for once. Okay, if she is both inexperienced and mooning over you, which annoys you, and apparently cannot get something as simple as lunch correct, why do you employ this person? She also places 3 different white cards, all different sizes, with corresponding envelopes on my desk. Great, I mutter. Now go. She scuttles out. I take one bite of the tuna to assuage my hunger and then reach for my pen. I've chosen a quote, a warning. I made the correct choice walking away from her. Not all men are romantic heroes. I'll take the word menfolk out. She'll understand. Quote, why didn't you tell me there was danger? Why didn't you warn me? Ladies know what to guard against because they read novels that tell them of these tricks. I'm tempted to look and see if that's even the same quote that he sent to her because I think that's longer. I slip the card into the envelope provided and write Anna's address, which is ingrained in my memory from Welch's background check. I buzz Andrea. It is not good that he's already memorized her address. Yes, Mr. Gray. Can you come in, please? Yes, sir. She appears at my door a moment later. Mr. Gray, take these, package them, and courier them to Anastasia Steele, the girl who interviewed me last week. Here's her address. Right away, Mr. Gray. They have to arrive by tomorrow at the latest. Yes, sir. Will that be all? No. Find me a set of replacements. For these books? Yes. First editions. Get Olivia on it. What books are these? Tess of de Umbervilles. Yes, sir. She gives me a rare smile and leaves my office. Why is she smiling? Because you're giving a gift to a girl and she thinks that you like her and maybe she would enjoy seeing you with someone since you're perpetually alone and miserable? Or maybe she thinks if you're getting some, you'll be nice to her? She never smiles. Dismissing the thought, I wonder if that will be the last I see of the books, and I have to acknowledge that deep down I hope not. End of chapter. I told you chapter 4 was fucking short. It is. It's 6 pages. So we're already on to the second chapter of the evening. It's like 8:30. Still gonna take advantage of this to stretch. Pup must be on the couch. Kitty's on my bed, so I'm sure he'll want out soon. He's been in there a while. He'll come out when he's hungry. He kind of went in the bed to hide because he got told off because he was being an annoying little brat. First, he wanted more breakfast, so I gave him more breakfast because usually he doesn't eat too much. So I was like, okay, if you're having a hungry day, you can have some more. I mean, he's a chubby kitty, but I like him well fed. Ugh. But then he was just Mr. Meow 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 meow. Didn't want anything, just wandering all over the place, meow and meow meow meow. And he'd come up to me like he wanted to be petted and then run away, and he did it like multiple times. So I was like, okay, you're annoying me, little kitty. In the room with you. Go look out the window for birds. Oh, lest we not forget. For anyone who doesn't know, every time the words "good girl" appear in this book, I'm going to burn it on the spot because it annoys me that he uses that phrase. It annoys me greatly. Okay, here we are. This is the second time I'm about to burn a hole. There we go. See, at least it burns really good because I barely touched it, and that worked really well. Still going. I'm gonna have to be careful when I burn the other pages that are made out of this paper because they smolder. It's still smoking. Wow, that almost went clean through the other page too, and I barely touched it. Wow. This is like an extra flammable edition. Ugh! It burned through onto the new pages. Okay, note to self, I'm gonna have to make sure there's several pages between when I burn that and when, oh my god. Because yeah, that almost, there is actually a little tiny hole. So yeah, that one barely touch of a lighter and it burned through 3 pages, almost 4. That's a lot. I don't know, did like book manufacturing laws change in between too, and they didn't have to like be fireproof anymore? I don't know what. I know, I know, I know, I know, I know. Whatever words I would fill in would probably be better. Hi, Sadale. Thank you for joining us. That's an idea. I could get a blackout Sharpie. It's probably a safer idea, so I don't accidentally burn the entire book before I want to. There's no smoke detector directly above me. It's across the room, so I think we're good there. No flavor set it off. Why would I explain this to the building? Oh, I was just laying a page of a book I'm reading on fire. Oops. I don't think they would take kindly to that. I have to get them to come fix my broken cupboard door anyway. I went to open the cabinet and the whole door came off of my hand and it's like, I don't know how to fix this. Plus, I think the hinge is actually broken, which is not bad. Like it's been that way for a long time. So, but the countertop's too low and puts pressure on it, so I think it snapped it. The counter did have like a vertical support, but they had to cut it out to get in the back wall once because there was a pipe burst in what for me is the floor, and it was in the back corner of the wall. Of course, it had to be in the most like hardest to access place like ever. I was really surprised the guy was able to like crawl in there and actually repair it and cut a giant hole in the wall. Okay, so it's now Friday, May 20th, 2011. I slept well for the first time in 5 days. Maybe I'm feeling the closure I had hoped for. Now that I've sent those books to Anastasia. As I shave, the asshole in the mirror stares back at me with cool gray eyes. Liar. Fuck. Okay, okay, I'm hoping she'll call. She has my number. Mrs. Jones looks up when I walk into the kitchen. Good morning, Mr. Gray. Good morning, Gail. What would you like for breakfast? I'll have an omelet, thank you. I sit at the kitchen counter as she prepares my food and I leaf through the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times. Then I pore over the Seattle Times. While I'm lost in the papers, my phone buzzes. It's Elliot. What the hell does my big brother want? They're so close. Elliot, dude, I need to get out of Seattle this weekend. This chick is all over my junk and I've got to get away. Ew! 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 And also, Elliot's the older brother. Why does he sound like he's 14? But I need to escape from a one night stand I couldn't quite throw away enough. Is what this sounds like. So yeah, I'm just gonna get out of town for the weekend and hope she forgets about me by Monday. Really? Because that's not how girls work. Or really anything. I know, I know, I know. Some of them would. Some of them definitely would. I still have to figure out how I'm going to acquire the third book in this series without spending any money because I refuse to give E.L. James any money. So I need to get a copy without sending her any money of the last one. I have the next one, so I have some time. I've got a few months to sort it, but I need to figure it out. Like I'm willing to bet I'm very I haven't looked yet, but I'm willing to bet I can get a copy on eBay for less than $1. Your junk? Yeah, who says that? Yeah. You would know if you had any. This is supposed to be like brother talk, except they both sound like prepubescent. Like grown up brothers don't talk to each other like this, do they? I mean, I'm an only child, so when it comes to siblings, not my arena. But I don't think grown up brothers talk to each other that way. I ignore his jibe, and then a devious thought occurs to me. How about hiking around Portland? We could go this afternoon. Stay down there, come home Sunday. Sounds cool. In the chopper, or do you want to drive? It's a helicopter, Elliot, and I'll drive us down. Come by the office at lunchtime and we'll head out. Thanks, bro. I owe you. Elliot hangs up. Okay, Elliot is also super rich and independent. If he wants to get out of the city, he doesn't need his little brother to take him somewhere. He can just charter a plane and go wherever the hell he wants for the weekend. He can go to Aspen or whatever if he wants to. Like, why does he need his brother to keep him company? Elliot's always had a problem containing himself, as do the women he associates with. Whoever the unfortunate girl is, she's just another in a long, long line of his casual liaisons. Oh, so he's a man whore too. They both are. Mr. Gray, what would you like to do for food this weekend? Just prepare something light and leave it in the fridge. I may be back on Saturday. Or I may not. She didn't give you a second glance, Gray. Having spent a great deal of my working life managing others' expectations, I should be better at managing my own. This is not the thoughts of the narcissist that we know he is. If anything, he would be pissed off, going, "Why hasn't she called yet when I'm so impressive?" Elliot sleeps. Elliot sleeps most of the way to Portland. Poor fucker must be fried. Working and fucking. That's Elliot's raison d'etre. He sprawls out on the passenger seat and snores. Some company he's going to be. Okay, again, you're a person who hates people, including your own family. Why would you have agreed to do this at all? Like, we know it's so he has an excuse to go see Anastasia, but still, like, why? Again, why would his brother go to him? Because his family knows that he likes to be left alone. It'll be after 3 when we arrive in Portland, so I call Andrea on the hands-free. Mr. Gray, she answers in two rings. Can you have two mountain bikes delivered to the Heathridge? For what time, sir? 3. The bikes are for you and your brother? Yes, sir. Your brother's about 6'2"? Yes. I'll get on it right away. Ugh. Great. I hang up and call Taylor. Mr. Gray. He answers on one ring. What time will you be here? I'll check in around 9 o'clock tonight. Will you bring the R8? With pleasure, sir. Taylor is a car fanatic, too. Good. I end the call and turn up the music. Let's see if Elliot can sleep through the verve. As we cruise down I-5, my excitement mounts. I'm tempted to check and see if that's even the correct highway for Portland. Because how perfect would it be if she got that wrong? Have the books been delivered yet? I'm tempted to call Andrea again, but I know I've left her with a ton of work. Besides, I don't want to give my staff an excuse to gossip, like they don't already. I don't normally do this kind of shit. Yeah, which is why everybody is already going to know about the books in the note. The entire office already knows. 100%. Why did you send them in the first place? Because I want to see her again. I pass the exit for Vancouver and wonder if she's finished her exam. Hey man, where we at? Elliot blurts. Behold, he wakes, I mutter. We're nearly there. We're going mountain biking. We are? Yes. Cool. Remember when Dad used to take us? Yep. I shake my head at the memory. My father is a polymath. What? One word, polymath. Wow, you really had to go deep into a thesaurus for that. My father is a polymath, a real Renaissance man. Academic, sporting, at ease in the city, more at ease in the great outdoors. He'd embraced 3 adopted kids, and I'm the only one who didn't live up to his expectations. You're a self-made billionaire at like 26. How are you a disappointment? But before I hit adolescence, we had a bond. He'd been my hero. This is so out of character. He used to love taking us camping and doing all the outdoor pursuits I now enjoy. Sailing, kayaking, biking, we did it all. Puberty ruined all that for me. I figured if we were arriving mid-afternoon, we wouldn't have time for a hike. Good thinking. I can still smell the burnt paint. So who are you running from? Man, I'm a love 'em and leave 'em type. You know that. No strings. I don't know. Chicks find out you run your own business and they start getting crazy ideas. Maybe don't be such a slut. He gives me a sideways look. You've got the right idea, keeping your dick to yourself. So his family just assumes that he's like celibate or something? Instead of assuming that he just keeps his sex life private? I'm sorry, his family are a bunch of idiots. I don't think we're discussing my dick. We're discussing yours and who's been on the sharp end of it recently. Oh my god, that's painful. Oh my god. Ugh, like bile just like came up in my throat. That's so bad. Elliot snickers. I've lost count. Anyway, enough of me. How's the stimulating world of commerce and high finance? You really want to know? I shoot him a glance. Didn't wasn't he in telecommunications before? Now he's in commerce and finance. Those are not the same. Those are not the same. Nah, he bleats, and I laugh at his apathy and lack of eloquence. How's the business? I ask. You checking on your investment? Always. It's my job. Well, we broke ground on the Spokane. Spoke. I don't know. This is apparently a place. Spokani. Spokane Eden project last week. It's on schedule, but then it's only been a week. He shrugs. Beneath his somewhat casual exterior, my brother is an eco warrior. His passion for sustainable living makes for some heated Sunday dinner conversations with our family. Okay, press X to doubt that Christian Grey fucking attends like regular Sunday dinners with his family. No fucking way in hell. His latest project is an eco-friendly development of low-cost housing north of Seattle. I'm hoping to install the new gray water system I was telling you about. It will mean all the homes will reduce their water usage and their bills by 25%. Impressive. I hope so. We drive in silence into downtown Portland, and just as we're pulling into the underground garage at the Heathman, the last place I saw her, Elliot mutters, "You know we're missing the Mariners game this evening. Maybe you can have a night in front of the TV, give your dick a rest and watch baseball." Sounds like a plan. Okay, is all the bro conversation going to be about their dick and who they're banging? I'm highly sus that it is, and also ew. Keeping up with Elliot is a challenge. He tears down the trail with the same devil may care fucking attitude he applies to most situations. Elliot knows no fear. That's why I admire him. But riding at this pace, I have no chance to appreciate our surroundings. I'm vaguely aware of the lush greenery flashing past me, but my eyes are on the trail, trying to avoid the potholes. By the end of the ride, we're both filthy and exhausted. That was the most fun I've had with my clothes on in a while. Okay, yeah, Elliot's every comment is going to be about sex. Blech. Elliot says as we hand the bikes over to the bellboy at the Heathman. Yeah, I mutter, and then recalling holding Anastasia when I saved her from the cyclist. Her warmth, her breasts pressed against me, her scent invading my senses. Oh, Delulu. I had my clothes on then. Yeah, I murmur again. We check our phones in the elevator as we head up to the top floor. I have emails, a couple of texts from Elena asking what I'm doing this weekend, but no missed calls from Anastasia. It's just before 7. She must have received the books by now. The thought depresses me. I've come all the way to Portland on a wild goose chase again. Well, you could just call the girl and say, "Did you get the books? Do you like them?" But no, that would be weak somehow. Man, that chick has called me 5 times and sent me 4 texts. Doesn't she know how desperate she comes across? Shut your fucking mouth. She might be desperate, but you are like atrocious. It's like, who knows what he said to get a girl in bed? Probably a lot. And then you're surprised that somebody's like, looking for, a second date or whatever. Just like seriously, if you want to be the love him and leave him type, just make that clear up front. Just say like, "Hey, you want to come back to my place, but it's a one-time thing. I'm not looking for a relationship." Is that so hard to do? You think girls don't know what casual sex is? Because believe me, we do. There's times where we only want it to be a one-night stand too. I have absolutely done that to people. Elliot whines. Maybe she's pregnant. Elliot pales and I laugh. Not funny, hotshot, he grumbles. Besides, I haven't known her that long. Or that often. Okay, you do know it only takes once, right? Like, is that gonna be like a back drama in this that Elliot has a pregnant like side chick or something? Just to create fake drama? After a quick shower, I join Elliot in his suite and we sit down to watch the rest of the Mariners game against the San Diego Padres. Am I saying that right? We order up steak, salad, fries, and a couple of beers, and I sit back to enjoy the game in Elliot's easy company. I resign myself to the fact that Anastasia's not going to call. The Mariners are in the lead, and it looks like it might be a blowout. Disappointingly, it isn't, though the Mariners win 4-1. Go Mariners, Elliot and I clink beer bottles. As the post-game analysis drones on, my phone buzzes and Miss Steele's number flashes on the screen. It's her. Okay, why does he sound like a desperate teenage girl? Like, this is not in character and it's annoying me. Anastasia, I don't hide my surprise or my pleasure. The background is noisy and it sounds like she's at a party or in a bar. Elliot glances at me, so I get up off the sofa and out of his earshot. Why did you send me the books? She's slurring her words and a wave of apprehension ripples down my spine. Anastasia, are you okay? You sound strange. She just finished exams and finished university for that matter, and you're surprised that she's at a bar getting drunk. I think that would be 95% of all people who have just graduated university. I'm not the strange one, you are. Her tone is accusatory. Anastasia, have you been drinking? None of your fucking business. Hell, who is she with? The photographer? Where's her friend Kate? He's already jealous. He's not even there yet. He's already jealous. What's it to you? Correct answer. She sounds surly and belligerent, and I know she's drunk. I wouldn't have to be drunk to tell you that, Bob. But I also need to know that she's okay. I'm curious. Where are you? In a bar. Which bar? Tell me. Anxiety blooms in my gut. She's a young woman drunk somewhere in Portland. She's not safe. You don't know, dude, you have no idea where she is. You don't know that she's not out with a group, which is like most likely. Oh my God. The possessiveness and like, it's like freaking Gollum with the precious. A bar in Portland. How are you getting home? I pinch the bridge of my nose in the vain hope the action will distract me from my fraying temper. I'll find a way. What the hell? Will she drive? Ask her again which bar she's in, and she ignores my question. Why did you send me the books, Christian? Anastasia, where are you? Tell me now. Go fuck yourself. How will she get home? She's a grown ass adult. She's been finding her own way home for quite a while now. You're so domineering, she giggles. In any other situation, I would find this charming. But right now, I want to show her how domineering I can be. She's driving me crazy. That would be all you. Anna, so help me. Where the fuck are you? Yeah, threaten the girl. That'll make her tell you. She giggles again. Shit, she's laughing at me? Again? I would be. You're ridiculous. Where in Portland? Good night, Christian. The line goes dead. Anna? She hung up on me. I stare at the phone in disbelief. No one has ever hung up on me. What the fuck? I refuse to believe that no one has ever hung up on him. 100% refuse to believe that. What's the problem? Elliot calls over from the sofa. I've just been drunk dialed. I peer at him and his mouth drops open in surprise. Okay, wait, we gotta highlight one little thing. I'm trying not to highlight too much so I don't run into this problem again. I still don't know how I'm gonna burn this without setting the whole place on fire. Very carefully would be the answer. But I need to wait till my voice comes back to record, so probably another week. I'm hoping by next week I sound normal. Because I'm still like scratchy froggy, but much improved. Ugh. You? Yep. I press the callback button, trying to contain my temper and my anxiety. Hi, she says, all breathy and timid. She's in quieter surroundings. I'm coming to get you. My voice is arctic as I wrestle with my anger and snap my phone shut. You don't even know where she. Like, we know he's gonna, like, stalk her, but I've got to go get this girl and take her home. Do you want to come? Yeah, that sounds like no. Elliot's staring at me as if I've grown 3 heads. You? With a chick? This I have to see. Elliot grabs his sneakers and starts putting them on. I just have to make a call. I wander into his bedroom while I decide if I should call Barney or Welch. Barney is the most senior engineer in the telecommunications division of my company. Okay, so proof. Even though it is mentioned twice in the other books that he works in telecommunications, that is his entire business, that has been changed now. And now he works in commerce and finance, but has a telecom division. Like, seriously, did E.L. James even write this? Did she even write these? Or did she just entirely forget or ignore her own like world and her own like what she said he did? Because that's not a mistake. This is deliberate. He's a tech genius, but what I want is not strictly legal. There it is. Proof. He knows it. He knows that he is doing illegal things. Best to keep this away from the company. That's probably smart. Still not going to save you. I speed dial Welch, and within seconds his rasping voice answers. Mr. Gray, I'd really like to know where Anastasia Steele is right now. So we know which of his lackeys is willing to bend the law for him. That's good to know. I see. He pauses for a moment. Leave it to me, Mr. Gray. So what's the upcharge for doing illegal things, do you think? I know this is outside the law, but she could be getting herself into trouble. So we have two statements that prove he knows he is breaking the law and is perfectly willing to do it. Thank you. I'll get back to you in a couple of minutes. Elliot is rubbing his hands with glee with a stupid smirk on his face when I return to the living room. Oh, for fuck's sakes. I wouldn't miss this for the world, he says, gloating. I'm just going to get the car keys. I'll meet you in the garage in 5. I growl, ignoring his smug face. Like, seriously, his family, one of the people in his family, probably Mia, because she's like the bold in your face one, she would have just come right out and asked him if he was gay or why they never see him with a girl years ago. Instead of his entire family just assuming he's some kind of monk. But I'm sending those laws about those lines about not strictly legal to Mark later. I'm gonna see what he says. Tempted to send them to RD2 just to see if he rolls his eyes at me. Thank you. I'll get back to you in a couple of minutes. Oh, wait, I already read that. The bar is crowded, full of students determined to have a good time. There's some indie crap thumping over the stereo system, and the dance floor is crowded with heaving bodies. It makes me feel old. She's here somewhere. Elliot has followed me through the front door. Do you see her? He shouts over the noise. Scanning the room, I spot Catherine Kavanaugh. She's with a group of friends. All of them men, sitting in a booth. Okay, you don't know that those are friends. When two girls are sitting alone in a bar, men just come over and sit down with you. Which, by the way, guys, don't fucking do that. Because you come off as rude and arrogant and a little bit creepy and threatening, honestly. Nobody invited you to sit with us. How about you come over, say hi? May we join you? Can I buy you a drink? Conversation. Don't just assume that you are welcome or wanted just because two women are alone. We don't actually need a group of guys to have a good time. Can be out with just the girls. I so wish I had handcuffs on right now. It's been too long since I had them on. I get withdrawals. I've had like 3 coffees today. I'm still yawning. But no sign of Anna. The table is littered with shot glasses and tumblers of beer. Because this place doesn't bust the tables, apparently. Well, let's see if Miss Kavanaugh is as loyal to her friend as Anna is to her. She looks at me in surprise when we arrive at the table. Catherine, I say by way of greeting, and she interrupts me before I can ask her Anna's whereabouts. Christian, what a surprise to see you here, she shouts above the noise. The three guys at the table regard Elliot and me with hostile wariness. I was in the neighborhood. And who's this? She smiles rather too brightly at Elliot, interrupting me again. What an exasperating woman. Oh, he would be so insufferable to be around. This is my brother Elliot. Elliot Catherine Kavanaugh. Where's Anna? Her smile broadens at Elliot, and I'm surprised by his answering grin. Because he's thinking he might as well get some while he's here. I mean, he obviously sleeps with anything in a skirt. I think she went outside for some fresh air, Kavanaugh responds, but she doesn't look at me. She only has eyes for Mr. Love 'em and leave 'em. Well, it's her funeral. Outside where? I shout. Oh, that way. She points to double doors at the far end of the bar. Pushing through the throng, I make my way to the doors, leaving the three disgruntled men and Kavanaugh and Elliot engaged in a grin off. Through the double doors, there's a line for the ladies' washroom, and beyond that, a door that opens to the outside. It's at the back of the bar. Ironically, it leads to the parking lot where Elliot and I have just been. I was gonna say, like, if she's outside, wouldn't you have noticed her on your way in? Walking outside, I find myself in a gathering space adjacent to the parking lot. A hangout flanked by raised flower beds, where a few people are smoking, drinking, and chatting, making out. I spot her. Hell, she's with the photographer. I think, though it's difficult to tell in the dim light. She's in his arms, but she seems to be twisting away from him. He mutters something to her which I don't hear and kisses her along her jaw. Jose, no, she says. And then it's clear. She's trying to push him off. She doesn't want this. Didn't he kiss her like full on the lips? For a moment, I want to rip his head off. You were already there before you got here. With my hands fisted at my side, I march up to them. I think the lady said no. My voice carries, cold and sinister in the relative quiet, while I struggle to contain my anger. He releases Anna and she squints at me with dazed, drunken expression. Gray, he says, his voice terse, and it takes every ounce of my self control not to smash the disappointment off his face. Anna heaves and then buckles over and vomits on the ground. Oh shit. Ugh, Deus mio, Anna. Jose leaps out of the way in disgust. Fucking idiot. Ignoring him, I grab her hair and hold it out of the way as she continues to throw up everything she's had this evening. It's with some annoyance that I note she doesn't appear to have eaten. Ew. With my arm around her shoulders, I lead her away from the curious onlookers towards one of the flower beds. If you're going to throw up again, do it here. I'll hold you. It's darker here. She can puke in peace. It's a bar, okay? They've seen people puke in the parking lot plenty of times. She vomits again and again, her hands on the brick. It's pitiful. Once her stomach is empty, she continues to retch, long dry heaves. Boy, she's got it bad. Yeah, seriously, how much did she flip and drink? Finally, her body relaxes and I think she's finished. Releasing her, I give her my handkerchief, which by some miracle I have in the inside pocket of my jacket. Thank you, Mrs. Jones. Wiping her mouth, she turns and rests against the brick, avoiding eye contact because she's ashamed and embarrassed. Yet I'm so pleased to see her. Gone is my fury at the photographer. I'm delighted to be standing in the parking lot of a student bar in Portland with Miss Anastasia Steele. She puts her head in her hands, cringes, and then peeks up at me, still mortified. Turning to the door, she glances over my shoulder. I assume it's at her friend. I'll, see you inside, Jose says. But I don't turn to stare him down, and to my delight, she ignores him too, turning her eyes to mine. I'm sorry, she says finally, while her fingers twist the soft linen. Okay, what would be the worst thing he could possibly fucking think right now? And I think this is only goddamn thought. Okay, let's have some fun. Yeah, let's mentally manipulate and tease and intimidate and in other ways just abuse the very, very drunk girl. Yeah. Anybody know the BBC's Sherlock with Benedict Cumberbatch? There's a detective, a black lady in it, and in the first episode, when she's talking to Watson about Sherlock Holmes, and she's explaining why she calls him a freak, and she says, "One day there'll be a body there, and Sherlock Holmes will be the one who put it there." And Watson's like, "Why do you think that?" And she's like, "Because he's a psychopath, and psychopaths get bored." She has a point. Sherlock does correct her and say he's a high functioning sociopath, but given some of what we see him do throughout the series, she's not off the mark. Though I am referring to the guys who spoilers who hurt Mrs. Hudson, so they had it coming. And we did not feel bad about what happened to them. It's honestly one of the funniest scenes in the whole series when he's talking to his brother about it. Ugh. But yeah, he decides now's the time for head games. What are you sorry for, Anastasia? So he's talking to her like she's already one of his subs and this is a punishment scene. The phone call mainly, being sick. Oh, the list is endless, she mumbles. We've all been here. Perhaps not quite as dramatically as you, which is and in his head he's thinking, why is it such fun to tease this young woman? Because you're psychopath and you're bored. It's about knowing your limits, Anastasia. I mean, I'm all for pushing limits, but this really is beyond the pale. Do you make a habit out of this kind of behavior? Wait, I have to highlight the teasing line because that's gonna live in my head for a while. And it's fun to tease her because she's such a clueless twit and has no idea what you're doing, and therefore isn't pushing back against any of your bullshit. It's like getting a 100% high score or having a free game because the other person doesn't know that they're playing, which is why I call this abusive. Because she doesn't know what he's doing, but he does. Perhaps she has a problem with alcohol. The thought is worrying, and I consider whether I should call my mother for a referral to a detox clinic. Way to overreact! She's drunk one time, and he's already thinking about sending her to rehab. Oh my god. Anna frowns for a moment, as if angry, that little V forming between her brows, and I suppress the urge to kiss it. But when she speaks, she sounds contrite. No, she says. I've never been drunk before, and right now I have no desire to ever be again. Aw, she's such a virgin, she's never been drunk before. Could we make her any more innocent? And the answer to that is yes, because in the next series she wrote, that girl was more innocent and more infantilized, though I'm sure this will catch up. Uh, She looks up at me, her eyes unfocused, and she sways a little. She might pass out. So without giving it a thought, I scoop her up into my arms. She's surprisingly light. Too light. And the thought irks me. No wonder she's drunk. Come on, I'll take you home. I need to tell Kate, she says, as her head rests on my shoulder. My brother can tell her. What? My brother Elliot's talking to Miss Kavanagh. Oh, he was with me when you called. In Seattle? No, I'm staying at the Heathman. And my wild goose chase has paid off. Yes, I'm kidnapping the girl because that is what he's doing right now. He did say I'll take you home, but we both know that's not where they wind up. How did you find me? I tracked your cell phone, Anastasia. At least he's honest about the stalking. I head towards the car. I want to drive her home. Do you have a jacket or a purse? Yes, I came with both. Christian, please, I need to tell Kate. She'll worry. How about saying, put me the hell down? I stop and bite my tongue. Kavanaugh wasn't worried about her being out there with the over amorous photographer. Rodriguez. That's his name. What kind of friend is she? The one who's willing to let another friend have a good time or handle it herself. The lights from the bar illuminate her anxious face. As much as it pains me, I put her down and agree to take her inside. Like that's up to you. Holding hands, we walk back into the bar, stopping by Kate's table. One of the young men is still sitting there, looking annoyed and abandoned. Where's Kate? Anna shouts above the noise. Dancing, the guy says, his dark eyes staring at the dance floor. Anna collects her jacket and purse, and reaching out, she unexpectedly clutches my arm. I freeze. Shit. My heart rate catapults into overdrive as the darkness surfaces, stretching and tightening and clawing at my throat. He only had a problem with people touching his chest, not his arms. She's on the dance floor, she shouts, her words tickling my ear, distracting me from my fear. And the sudden darkness disappears, and the pounding in my heart ceases. What? Oh, this is his magic moment. This is him going, "Oh my god, this girl is the cure to my panic attacks and anxiety. Therefore, I must possess her." So she's not so much a girlfriend and eventual wife. She's walking Xanax for him. That's why he needs her around. Not nothing to do with love. I roll my eyes to hide my confusion and take her to the bar. I order a large glass of water and pass it to her. Drink. Eyeing me over the glass, she takes a tentative sip. All of it, I command. You don't have the right to command nothing. I'm hoping this will be enough damage control to avoid one hell of a hangover tomorrow. It won't be. Right? You are entirely correct. That's what I wouldn't even, he wouldn't have even gotten me up into his arms. As soon as he bent down and started trying to pick me up, I'd be like, put me down, and I'd be like kicking at his arm, like, don't fucking, no. You don't pick me up and carry me like that. I will take this opportunity to remind everyone ducks, cuffs, and chugging are still available. We haven't had a new duck in quite a while. We've only got one spot left, but I have another box put aside, so we will add another tier when necessary. See, exactly. Plus, she's obviously like still pretty steady and coherent if she can walk through a bar by herself and like get her coat and stuff. Plus, when you're drinking a lot and then you barf it all up, you do tend to sober up a little bit, at least briefly. I'm surprised Pup hasn't come back. He must be asleep. 'Cause usually he likes to be shown off. I think on some level he knows there's people looking at him and approving of him, and he likes that. Not that he's an attention seeking missile. I know that could be taken out of context so very badly. Like I can just see that the first three is like a tagline on like a D level porn. I was at a sex shop with a friend once, and we saw a poster for a porno, and one of the actresses had her name, and I teased her about it, and then as we were walking around the store, sure enough, there's another fucking poster that has my name on it. It's like, yep, that's what you get. Yeah, the sex shop used to be close enough to school that we'd go there for lunch sometimes. Not that they serve food. I mean, we would go there and just check it out and see if anything was new and shop. That's where I bought like my first few sets of handcuffs. And I had to keep my hands in my pockets so I wouldn't touch anything because I'm allergic to 90% of the things in the store. Oh, it's also definitively my mattress that is causing all this. Like, you can't see because it's not reading, but I have about 1 billion fucking hives and I've been clawing the shit out of myself, as you can tell. That's what hives look like when you scratch the shit out of them. because I've had hives for like 3 weeks because it's definitely my mattress, and what it is the top of it, the pillowy part is like so like ripped up and scratched up, and like getting those like what do they call it, like nubs, like where little balls of string, that it's just breaking down, and the latex that's underneath and the elasticy parts is coming through, and so when I'm sleeping on it, it's getting all over me. Yeah, I'm highly allergic to latex. Highly. It's the only thing that gives me hives. I'm allergic to other things that have different effects, but latex gives me wicked, wicked hives. And eventually, if there's enough of it, I have had breathing problems. Or one time I accidentally inhaled latex powder. That was a trip to the ER because I couldn't breathe. And they honestly, they weren't even sure what to do to like make it stop because I had breathed it in. But yeah, that time like I really couldn't breathe. So we pretty much just had to wait it out. But thank God for like oxygen and support and stuff because I think I would have passed out. Yeah, it is. And it's better now. It's certainly better now than it was like when I was a teenager. When I was a teenager and I was starting to have sex, I couldn't find latex free condoms for the life of me. Like, I eventually learned after a lot of research, again, the internet was not then what it is now. This is over 20 years ago. I found out that in Canada at the time, there was only one brand that even made latex free condoms, and not a lot of places carried them because there just wasn't the demand. This is before hospitals went latex free. Hospitals and all medical centers, though I still check because some places are not compliant, went fully latex free when I was about 22. So at the time, uh, if I wanted to buy condoms, I remember being super annoyed, and I even wrote to the company about this bitching. Because from the same company, a box of 24 latex condoms or normal condoms cost about $3.99, whereas one box of non-latex condoms, which only had 6, you could only get 6. That was the only size. You could only buy 6 at a time. $24. And I'm a 19-year-old with no money. I was like, what the actual fuck? I wrote them a bitched off letter. I never heard back. Oh, God, I wish I had some. I don't have like any allergy meds or anything right now because budget. I've got Bell yelling at me to pay them. That comes first. And then I'm like 5 months behind on my hydro because in the winter they won't cut it off. And I can't afford it right now, but that's going to come back and bite me in like 2-3 months when it's warm and they can shut it off. And they're going to be like, where's these several $100s you owe us? I'll deal with that when I have to deal with it. Right? It's not so bad anymore. There still, for some reason, is the difference in the amount you can get. I still can only find non-latex condoms in packs of 6 or maybe 12 if you're very lucky. Whereas, again, latex condoms, you can get 6, 12, 24, 48, 105, however much you want. And there's still a price difference. It's not as bad. It's not nearly as bad. They've come down quite a lot, but it's the same with sex toys because you can buy like a $5 latex dildo, whereas because I have to have glass or play or a Pyrex or metal, they're really expensive. Like they start at usually about $100, which is just crazy. But yeah, I have to be really careful with a lot of things. Oh no, my personal here's I'll tell one more story and then I'll get back to reading. I was at a dentist office once, new place, I'd never been there. And you know how they have those bite blocks they put in your mouth so you don't accidentally bite the dentist or the tools, which can like obviously hurt them or hurt your teeth if you bite on something metal. This was a new place. I'd never been there, and dentist office I find are not always 100% compliant because some of the tools and things they need to use are made of latex, and there's just nothing you can do about that because there isn't a non-latex version. They don't make one. So dentist office are a danger zone for me. So I always make sure that they're very well aware that I'm allergic to latex, especially when we're talking about putting things in my mouth, where obviously reactions can be a lot more serious. And some idiot nurse, I asked her because I'd never seen these before, these bite blocks that they had. I'd never seen them before. So I was like, what is that made of? Because I'm always going to check. Moron couldn't tell me. Like, at first, she didn't even answer and just kept trying to put the thing in my mouth. I had to push her away and be like, no, what is that made of? And she was like, what does it matter? And I explained, I'm allergic to latex. I need to know. And she's like, I don't know, but it'll be fine. Really, bitch? Like, this is where I'm wondering if you're an actual nurse, because an actual nurse should not be capable of being that stupid. Also, you should know what the products in your office are made out of. There's a reason I never went back to that place. That was one of many. I wonder if it's still there. Uh, what might have happened to her if I hadn't intervened? My mood sinks. Right? Exactly. And with allergies, you can be very fine until you are very, very not. They can come on fast and hard, especially again when you're talking about something being in your mouth or inhaling it or ingesting it. It can come on really hard, really fast, and you could have minutes until like you're dead. And I don't, at the time, and still to this day, I don't have an EpiPen for latex. I technically have a script for one for other things. Well, I don't now, but I did at one point, but I couldn't afford it back then. So I did briefly have ones. Also, it is bullshit that even though EpiPens have a shelf life of 2 years, pharmacies will always give you the ones that are about to expire because they don't want to eat the cost. So you spend like $150 and it lasts like 2 months. And sometimes if I would say to them, like, no, you're going to give me one that is good for at least a year, they'll argue with you and say, well, this is what we have or this is what I'm giving you. So just take it or leave it. To which I'm like, give me my money back then. I'm not spending $150 for 2 months just because you want to, pawn it off on somebody rather than eat the cost. And they only paid like probably under $10 for this. And I think of what just happened to me, her touch, my reaction. And yet he's going to think she's like the freaking holy grail or something. That's why he decides to marry her, I swear. Because she's the only thing that ever keeps the nightmares away. She's the only cure. Like again, E.L. James has this warped thing of, you know, finding the right woman will cure your mental illness slash grief slash lunacy of other kinds. It's a very disturbing message to put out there. My mood plummets further. Anna sways a little as she's drinking, so I steady her with a hand on her shoulder. I like the connection. Me touching her. She's oil on my troubled, deep, dark waters. Okay, that is about the worst analogy you could have made because literally the adage is that oil and water don't mix. And you're trying to say that like he feels like they're compatible and are two things that go together. Oil and water is the exact opposite of what you meant. Flowery gray. She finishes her drink and retrieving the glass, I place it on the bar because she can't even set a glass down by herself when he's present. Okay, she wants to talk to her so-called friend. I survey the crowded dance floor, uneasy at the thought of all those bodies pressing in on me as we fight our way through. Steeling myself, I grab her hand and lead her towards the dance floor. She hesitates, but if she wants to talk to her friend, there's only one way. She's going to have to dance with me. No. How about you just walk up to the friend, say, I'm taking her home, and then you leave? You don't actually have to dance, and that's probably a bad idea with somebody who's on the verge of passing out. Once Elliot gets his groove on, there's no stopping him. So much for his quiet night in. In other words, my brother is a party animal. One drink and he'll go all night. And go home with whoever. With a tug, she's in my arms. This I can handle. When I know she's going to touch me, it's okay. I can deal, especially since I'm wearing my jacket. I weave us through the crowd where Elliot and Kate are making a spectacle of themselves. Yeah, I'm really sure that they're the ones. Yeah. Still dancing, Elliot leads towards me mid strut when we're beside him and sizes us up with a look of incredulity. I'm taking Anna home. Tell Kate, I shout in his ear. He nods and pulls Kavanaugh into his arms. Okay, so it's a move of pulling women into your arms without permission. Right. Let me take Miss Drunk Bookworm home. But for some reason she seems reluctant to go. She's watching Kavanaugh with concern. Yeah, 'cause she's drunk and dancing with your brother, and she's wondering if your brother's as creepy as you are, and is concerned about her friend. When we're off the dance floor, she looks back at Kate and then at me, swaying and a little dazed. Fuck. By some miracle, I catch her as she passes out in the middle of the bar. I'm tempted to holler over my shoulder, but we'd be too conspicuous. Since when do you care? Since when do you fucking care about conspicuous? Answer, he doesn't. So I pick her up once more, cradling her against my chest and take her outside to the car. Carrying somebody like that through a crowded bar would be incredibly difficult. Oh. Okay, yay for helicopter ride, but oh, so sorry for the circumstances. Yes. I think you may be. Yeah, that would be. Oh, penicillin's a harsh one too, because it's like used for so much. Like, I'm lucky I'm allergic to some medications, but nothing is like common as that. I think a couple of the meds I'm allergic to aren't even like commonly used anymore because the last few times that I've like told a doctor like what I'm allergic to, they're like, "What's that?" And I'm like, "I don't know." I've just been told my and I don't know. They found out when I was a baby that I was allergic to a couple of things, and so I've just always known it because it was drilled into my head as a kid, like, "You're allergic to this, always tell a doctor you're allergic to this." Because I guess the reaction I had was really bad, scared the hell out of my mother. Well, I was, like, under 6 months old, of course she was scared. But but I think they've, like, fallen out of use because, yeah, the last few times it's been like, "What's that?" And I'm like, "I don't know." But it's also made me wonder because this can happen because this happened with a cold medicine that I shouldn't take. Is sometimes like because drug patents will run out, and so what companies will do is they'll change like one molecule in it. It's the exact same, but then they'll repatent it, but under a different name. So I haven't the thought. I've never done it, but I should do it. That I should look up the ones that are the old names and see if it's been like rebranded into something now that I should know what it's called now because that's the concern. Yeah, I know. That's gotta suck. I'm like that with morphine and anything that ends in "fiend," I can't. Yeah, morphine and anything adjacent to it causes me really bad psych symptoms. It causes me like fake panic attacks. I don't mean they're fake because they're real panic. Like I physically experience panic, but there's no mental connection to it because I'm not actually like panicking for a reason, but my body is having a panic attack. It's really freaky and really hard to explain. But it I can handle, like, 1 dose of morphine, but 2 doses, and bam, 3 days of, like, 8 to 12 times a day, physically being overwhelmed and having a panic attack that's gonna last an hour. And again, try explaining this to a doctor in the ER, they will look at you like you have 3 heads. Even though morphine and the adjacent things are known, very well known, to cause psych symptoms in some people, this is not new. And, by some people, I mean, like, 10 to 15%. It's a significant number. So I'm always surprised when doctors act like they're unaware that those drugs can have those side effects for certain people because I'm like, that is like more than 1 in 10. That's about 1 in like 8.5 people. That's a high number. Yes, absolutely. That's got to suck. Especially like, thinking back a few, like, a while ago when there weren't so many options. And some places like that or for some things like penicillin's the only thing you can do. Christ, I mutter as I fish the keys out of my jeans and hold her at the same time. Amazingly, I manage to get her into the front seat and strap her in. Anna, I give her a little shake because she's worryingly quiet. Anna, dude, you should be like laying the seat down and putting her on her side in case she vomits again. Because if you vomit sitting upright, you're going to aspirate. And that can, one, you can choke on your own vomit. And two, aspirating is the best way to give yourself a very, 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 very bad case of pneumonia, especially if stomach acid gets into your lungs, which I've had happen. I've aspirated and wound up in hospital for 2 weeks because I got that kind of pneumonia, and it's tenacious as hell and it takes forever to go away. But yeah, it's like everybody knows if somebody is passed out, especially drunk, you put them on their side always. She mumbles something incoherently, and I know she's still conscious. No, she's not. I know I should take her home, but it's a long drive to Vancouver, and I don't know if she'll be sick again. I don't relish the idea of my Audi reeking of vomit. You literally employ hundreds of people to clean it for you, or you'll just buy a new one, so that's not a thought. The smell emanating from her clothes is already noticeable. I head to the Heathman, telling myself that I'm doing this for her sake. Yeah, tell yourself that, Gray. Okay, so he's aware that he's kidnapping this woman. This is blatant kidnapping at this point. There's no other way to describe it. She is unconscious and defenseless, and he has taken her away from the bar, saying that he's going to drive her home, and instead he is taking her to his hotel room. He knows exactly what he's doing, and only like 4 pages ago, we had double confirmation that he's perfectly willing to break the law when it suits him. Which is exactly what he's doing here, because this is kidnapping. What's a quick care clinic? I'm gonna change doctors. It's really annoying. God, do I feel you on this, because I have had so many freaking arguments with doctors. Jesus. So many arguments. So many. And it's like, dude, you know, the thing that gets me, that still fucking gets me, because this has happened more than once, 4 separate times, is that when I explain about not being able to have morphine or anything adjacent to it, I get accused of drug seeking or being a junkie. I had a doctor once actually call me a junkie to my face because he said only junkies ask for specific meds. I was not asking for specific meds. I was saying I can't have this, this, and this, but anything else is fine. And what junkie do you know that turns down morphine, which is like really addictive? So how in the hell, by my telling you I am allergic, effectively, to morphine and the adjacent things, but everything else is okay? Literally everything else, including all the non-addictive stuff, which I prefer, and it actually works better for me. How is that drug seeking? Because I didn't say like, oh, I can't have morphine, I want this specifically. I didn't do that. I never do that. I just say I can't have that, but everything else is fine. Like, I do not, oh. But hey, medicine is a profession where they teach them that lying, coercing, and gaslighting your patients is perfectly acceptable. Lie and say whatever you have to get them to agree with whatever you think is best, even though you might not know any more than Google does about what is wrong with them or what they're doing. Oh, and it's news to every doctor ever that they need consent for anything. Like, they literally, like, oh, the number of times, like, I hate it when doctors just walk up and start touching you. It's like, hi, what's your name? Get your hands the fuck off me, because I didn't say you could touch me, jagoff. Quick care is a walk-in cell. Okay, we have those. We just call them walk-in clinics. The problem is, I got a threatening letter because I actually had a family doctor at the time. The problem is he was a moron. I had pneumonia, and I went to him, and I knew I had pneumonia. Everybody could hear. You know, with pneumonia, there's the telltale rattle and the cough, so it's obvious to even lay people that you have pneumonia. Idiot doctor refused to give me meds he was such a jagoff. Like if I had been older, I last saw him when I was like 17 because I couldn't handle his fucking attitude anymore. Plus, like I said, he's incompetent. Literally, he was literally incompetent. That was the second time that he refused to acknowledge that I had pneumonia and I wound up in hospital. But before that happened, when he blew me off, basically, because he literally blew me off, he knew I had pneumonia. He just refused to prescribe anything for it. And your breath smells weird. Yes, yes, because I went to a church at the time that had um, over a dozen women that had been nurses, and they all said, like, we know you have pneumonia. Like, two of them offered to drive me to the hospital on Sunday, but I was like, no, I have an appointment tomorrow. I'll get antibiotics. I'll be fine. I don't need to go to, plus it's Sunday. Nothing's open on a Sunday, including like 95% of walking clinics. And they even said that. I'm like, I don't know where we would go, but thank you for the concern, but I'm handling it. But then after he blew me off, I went to a walking clinic, and I guess if you, excuse me, I gave them my name and my health card and stuff. And I guess if you go to a walking clinic, it sends like a record to the Ministry of Health. And I guess because I had a listed family doctor, basically they sent a letter to him saying like, why is one of your patients going to a walking clinic when they have you? Which then caused him to send me a threatening letter, a literal threatening letter saying that if I ever went to a walking clinic again, he would not only drop me from his service, but was like going to charge me a fee or something. So I don't know if he got like fined or something for being incompetent, but that's why I never went back, because I'm like, fuck you. You're already a jagoff who is the rudest, most disrespectful bastard. Like, he's in my top 3 of rudest, most disrespectful people I've ever met, and he was highly incompetent. And then you want to fucking threaten me because I had to go to a walking clinic after you refused to give me antibiotics when everybody in the fucking room, everyone in the entire building could tell I had pneumonia except you. And he didn't even deny it. He didn't deny it. He just refused to write me a script. And it's like, dude, it's not 1850 and I'm not Daniel Day-Lewis overdoing the method acting. Which, for those who don't know, while filming Gangs of New York, because Daniel Day-Lewis is insane, he refused to wear a jacket even though it was like November and there's ice on the ground. And so he got pneumonia. But he also was determined to stay in character. And he's like, no, penicillin didn't exist in like 18 whatever the movie is set in. He was so sick, he was like literally going to die. Like everyone's telling him, dude, if you don't take penicillin, you are going to die. They had to fly in his wife to come and talk to him. And she basically looked him in the eye and said, if you don't take the medicine and somehow you survive, I'm leaving you. That did the trick. He took the medicine and was in hospital for like a week and a half, but he got better and lived. And it's like, yeah. You know, I'm not sure if that's better or worse than the time Nicolas Cage was filming something. He was young and he was also a full method actor at the time, but he stayed in character too long, basically. And he got so mentally confused that he forgot his own name and identity and would only answer to the character name. And he was playing like a psychopathic murderer or something. And so he was acting like it, and he was terrifying the people around him. And the fact that he had basically forgotten who he was. He said he forgot who he was for about 3 days. And then he got basically like shaken out of it with like kind of an intervention. And he said that was when he learned not to do method acting for that long. He said he would do it for a couple of days here and there, but then he would remember to take a break and just be himself for a couple of days so he didn't lose himself again. Which speaks to like he's got some kind of like a flexible personality kind of thing. Some people are like that. Some people are can be very easily influenced by others because they have a flexible personality, which kind of means they don't have a core personality of their own. So they just they change like the Metamorph in TNG, the one that's known as the X-Men prequel because we have Jean Grey and Professor Xavier. You know, that one, the one with Femke Jensen. What is that one called? Why is my Star Trek knowledge failing me? Is it actually called the Metamorph? But yeah, she bonds with Picard, and her performance in that I thought was really, really good. It's also when Riker absolutely confirms that the holodeck is for porn. Yeah, he did. Yeah, Nicolas Cage admitted. He actually had said he said later he's actually warned other young actors, young method actors, like, hey, don't don't go too far. Remember to hold on to what's you and like, you know, be yourself a little while every now and then because yeah, I mean, look, Daniel Day-Lewis almost fucking killed himself. Heath Ledger did kill himself playing the Joker because he was doing method acting as well. Now, does that fully explain the massive amount of drugs that killed him? No. But was it part of him being in character? Yes. Did that contribute to his death? Hell yeah. She sleeps in my arms as we travel up the elevator from the garage. Can you just imagine? By the way, he's walking into a like 5-star hotel carrying an unconscious woman in his arms. This isn't sus at all. I need to get her out of her jeans and shoes. Yeah, start with the pants. No concern about the top, where because the top is what would have vomit on it. The top and the shoes are what you puke on. So the stale stench of vomit pervades the space. I'd really like to give her a bath, but that would be stepping beyond the bounds of propriety. You kidnapped this woman! The bounds of propriety are like 50 miles that way! Oh my Oh my it's so bad. Oh, I really should have eaten something today. I haven't eaten a thing all day, so the alcohol's going like straight to my head because my stomach's on empty. So, been craving Domino's for like the last 2 days. You know what? Not just Domino's, but their cheesy bread because it's so salty and I'm super salt craving. Not that that implies anything. Those who know. Ladies, am I right? Cravings will just not be denied sometimes, except I can't fulfill it. And I don't know why. Like usually if I'm salt craving, it's a bag of Lay's salt and vinegar chips. One bag and I'm good. Not saying I've never licked the bag, but it was worth it. But for some reason this time I want cheesy salty. And the Domino's cheesy bread is the thing that hits the spot. Do they have stuffed cheesy bread now? I was looking at it the other day. I don't know. I think I was just looking at it hoping it would make the craving go away because God knows I can't afford it. But now they have stuffed cheesy bread, which I'm kind of wondering if it's any good because they had one that's like a Philly cheesesteak and one that's spinach and feta, which is one of my favorite combinations on pizza with grilled chicken. So I'm wondering if the cheesy bread stuffed with spinach and feta is any good because it looks good. And this isn't, yeah, see, again, in his head, he knows. In his head, he knows, but he knows he'll get away with it because he's rich. In my suite, I drop her purse on the sofa, then carry her into the bedroom and lay her down on the bed. That sounds like it should be in the diary of a serial killer so much. I just imagine this is being narrated by, like, Paul Bernardo. For anyone who doesn't know, they're known as the Ken and Barbie killers of Canada. They were like the first serial killer couple in Canada, Paul Bernardo and Carla Homolka. I believe he's either still in jail or he died in jail, but she was released quite a few years ago, over a decade ago now. She changed her name and got married and had a child, which a lot of people were like, "Oh, she killed her own sister, but now she's married and has a kid." Well, yeah. She was in jail for like over I want to say like 20 years. They were both very young when they were caught. But he's either still in jail cuz he's like got a life sentence. He's never getting out. But the only reason she got out is because like it's like a lot of serial killer couples. He abused the hell out of her and like forced her to go along with, not that she's not guilty. I'm not saying she wasn't guilty, but I'm saying extenuating circumstances. Plus, and I believe like a number of the murders he also committed without her. So she was not implicated in all of them. And there's a very good episode of Criminal Minds known as Ride the Lightning in season 1 that's based on them. Really excellent episode. Wonderful. She mumbles once more but doesn't wake. Briskly, I remove her socks and shoes and put them in a plastic laundry bag provided by the hotel. Then I unzip her jeans and pull them off, checking the pockets before stuffing the jeans into the laundry bag. Yeah, just casually strip her pants off. Yeah, just casually strip her pants off. The Criminal Minds episode? It's a good show. I haven't caught much of the revival. The what is it called? Evolution? I think. I watched like the first 2 episodes. But I heard that Matthew Gray Gruber is scheduled to guest appear in season 3, which I think is just coming out. So I'm definitely going to catch it up for that. I know it's just going to be a guest appearance because he said he won't come back full time, but I'm hoping it's like an arc at least. At least we get like a few episodes of Spencer because he's the thing missing from the revival. I'm fine with losing almost everybody else. I love that Prentice is in it because she's always my favorite. Like I was so upset when she left repeatedly. Oh, the spinach and feta cheesy bread. Yes, right? Is it good? Is it really good? I'll probably never know, but at least it probably is different in the States because one time when I went to the States, I went to a McDonald's just to see. And I already know not to drink the iced tea in the States because it's completely different and it tastes gross to me. But I wasn't expecting McDonald's to be different, and it was. It was so gross I couldn't eat it. And I was with somebody who was American, and I tried one fry and I was like, "Oh, these are disgusting. They taste like oil and sugar." And I got him to try the fry and he's like, "These are normal McDonald's fries. That's what they always taste like." I really couldn't believe the fries. Literally all I could taste was some kind of oil that I don't think we use here and sugar. And I was very surprised to be tasting sugar on French fries. And they were just plain fries. There was nothing on them. And then I tried a chicken nugget and it was just it was like eating a mouthful of sawdust and sugar. And that's what got me, how like everything in the States tastes like sugar. Like a lot of things taste like sugar. Also, I got very confused trying to order a combo once because I just said medium and the guy was like, what size do you want? I'm like, medium. What size do you want? Medium. Because you don't do that in the States. You don't have small, medium, and large. You have like 4-piece, 8-piece, 12-piece, and I didn't know that. Same way you measure burgers by weight. This is also a weird thing. Looking at a menu and seeing like 8-ounce burger, 12-ounce burger, 16-ounce burger, that doesn't tell me anything. Here we have names for burgers like cheeseburger, banquet burger, BLT burger, onion rings and chili burger. It tells you what's on it, not the size of the burger. Really? Because they were not actually that crispy. But yeah, it's definitely different. I think we use canola oil for just about everything here because we manufacture a lot of canola oil, so it's probably cheap. Plus, it's also just culturally, like food is always, especially with fast food restaurants, there's a reason that it's different in every country because they gear it towards what people are used to tasting in that country because that's how you get people to eat your food is you make it taste like they're used to. So they probably don't use canola oil in the States because it's a very Canadian thing. That's probably exactly why they do use it here because it's what I would have at home when I'm making fries or deep fried potatoes or whatever. So it's a taste that I'm used to, and that's what you want at your McDonald's. That's probably why everything in the States tastes like sugar. And I mean, like, pretend you just dipped a spoon into a bag of granulated sugar and ate it. That's what it tasted like. I couldn't believe that fries, like, tasted like sugar. It was so weird. I didn't eat any of it. I literally couldn't. I was gagging trying to eat it, so I was just like, "Here, if you want me, go ahead." Oh, yeah, so we have him stripping her pants off. She falls back on the bed, splayed out like a starfish, all pale arms and legs. And for a moment, I picture those legs wrapped around my waist as her wrists are bound to my St. Andrew's cross. You can't go like a full page without having a sex thought. There's a fading bruise on her knee, and I wonder if that's from the fall she took in my office. She's been marked since then, like me. Are we getting biblical now? Are we? Because I swear he's justifying his kidnapping and delusion by being like, oh, it's fate. She's destined to be with me because she's the one who keeps the nightmares away. Blah blah blah. I sit her up and she opens her eyes. Hello, Anna, I whisper, as I remove her jacket slowly and without her cooperation. Yeah? Gray. Lips, she mutters. Yes, sweetheart. Sweetheart, I need my lighter. I ease her down onto the bed. She closes her eyes again and rolls onto her side, but this time huddles into a ball, looking small and vulnerable. Yeah, she's just woken up to a stranger and a creeper stripping off her clothes. I pull the covers over her and plant a kiss in her hair. Where is it? Okay. I'm sorry. I should have been waving this the entire time. I forgot about it. I'm sorry. Forgive me. But massive red flag alert! All of the red flag. If I had a, if I should have made the stick taller and then I could just stand it here. Like, massive fucking red flag. Oh. Oh, really? Because here, I admit, McDonald's fries are of fast food fries. I would definitely still say here the McDonald's are the most salty. However, if you ask them to make it, if you ask them for fries without salt, it forces them to make a new batch that isn't salted, and then you can just salt it to your taste. It's kind of a dick thing to do, but also they make a new batch of fries like every 5 minutes, so not really. But here it's still very light on the salt. Like I've seen them do it because you see in the kitchens. And like for like this much by like this much fries, like probably enough fries for say 8 larges, the amount of salt is like that's it. That's it. It's like maybe tablespoons would be way too much. Like maybe one full tablespoon, and I mean like level, not heaping. Level tablespoon of salt for like 8 large fries. That's how much salt gets put on, which is still too much for some people, and that's why they ask for fries with no salt. But yeah, over salting them to hide the sugar might well be exactly what they're doing. Yeah, because like I said, my friend who was American that I was with, he was like, I don't taste sugar. These taste perfectly normal. And I'm like, no, they don't. Oh, of course, somebody wants my attention right now that they can't have. Sorry. You can like actually see it. Yeah, here you'd never be able to see like visible salt on the fries. No way. If you could actually see like grains of salt on the fries, they get taken back immediately. That's way too much. Hello, Sarah Bellum. Nice to have you here. Welcome. Oh, I do need to torch the page where he calls her sweetheart, but I'll do that in a minute. Mm-hmm. Now that her filthy clothes have gone, a trace of her scent has reappeared. Apples, fall, fresh, delicious. Why? Can we just ask, why is E.L. James so obsessed with like assigning a customized smell to all of her characters? Because they all have it. Like it was so like shoved in your face in the other um books. Yes, we did. We very much did. Yes, it's required. I'm still hoping for another duck or handcuffs. We still have handcuffs available that I would very much prefer to be wearing, and more ducks. I really want one more duck because you know why? Partially, my like OCD, the little things that I have, is annoying me that there is one vacant spot. It's just it's in the back of my head, like poking me because it's like an incomplete set. Even though it means I need to break out the arts and crafts and make another tier, I'm perfectly able to do that. I still have the stencil. I kept the stencil because I made it myself. I have the stencil so I can I can make a new one pretty quickly. I'm getting pretty good at it. But yeah, what is it with E.L. James and like making custom scents? Like it's weird. It's a very, very weird thing. Is there I know there's gotta be various like smell fetishes. Is that what she's going for somehow? Or does she think it I don't know, it makes up for the lack of, like, personality if they smell really good? Anna, her lips are parted, eyelashes fanning out over pale cheeks, and her skin looks flawless. One more touch. Oh, I'm gonna puke. This is puke-worthy moment. One more touch is all I allow myself as I stroke her cheek with the back of my index finger. Ah! Oh my god, that's so creepy! That is like when Hannibal Lecter hands Clarice the file and his finger like strokes hers and it's the only touch they'll ever have. That is that level creepy! Ah! Okay, do I even need to fucking say all of the red goddamn flag? It's got lipstick on it. That's great. Dear God! I want to shower right now. With bleach. I'm genuinely trying not to highlight every fucking line of this and I'm failing. But the creepiness level of that. I need a restraining order. Sleep well, I murmur, and then head into the living room to complete the laundry list. When it's done, I place the offending bag outside my suite so the contents will be collected and laundered. Before I check my emails, I text Welch asking him to see if Jose Rodriguez has any police record. Oh, I should have known he would do that. I'm curious. I want to know if he preys on drunk young women. Paranoia. Also, also, who of the two of you is preying on drunk young women right now? Because it's not M. Then I address the issue of clothes for Miss Steele. I send a quick email to Taylor. Good morning. Can you please find the following items for Miss Steele and have them delivered to my usual room before 10? Jeans, blue denim, size 4. Blouse, blue, pretty, size 4. Converse, black, size 7. Socks, size 7. Lingerie, underwear, size small, bra, estimate 34C. Okay, honey, size 4 and a 34C, I can almost promise you they're going to be fake, for one thing. Also, she's not built like that. That would make her look like a supermodel. A short one, but she would have the dimensions of a supermodel if she was built like that. And she would be incredibly, incredibly top heavy. Because her boobs are way too big for her frame. Again, why they would most likely be fake. But as we see in the movies, Dakota Johnson ain't rocking no C-class chest. She is an A cup if ever there was one, and again, that is what the character is described as. So her boobs got a big upgrade in this one. And she's still, by the way, writing out the emails in full. And on the next page as well, because we needed that. Once it's disappeared from my outbox, I text Elliot. Anna is with me. If you're still with Kate, tell her. You already did that, except you told Kate that you were taking her home, and you didn't. He texts by return. Who says text by return? Will do. Hope you get laid. You so need it. Winky face emoji. And at least it's actually the emoticon. It's the text emoticon this time and not an actual goddamn emoji printed into a book. His response makes me snort. I so do, Elliot. I so do. I open my work email and begin to read. So he's acknowledging that he needs to get laid by her. End of chapter, by the way. Because, yeah, that chapter was short. Okay, so now we're approaching. I'm going to stretch for a little bit. Oh, stretch. Oh, my back. I gotta remember to sit up straight more. Okay, fair point. Fair point. This is a not unreasonable point. Oh, completely forgot what I was about to say. Brain like a fucking sieve. Oh, yeah, but the next chapter, I have pre-drawn a line at the stop point because we have about 2 hours-ish left, so usually that would be about 20-ish pages. However, as previously stated, the next chapter is this thick because it is 51 pages. To put this in perspective, the entirety of the previous amount of book that we have read, don't drop all my bookmarks, I'm gonna die, is this big. Okay, look at the comparison here. This is what we've read so far. This is 60 pages. The next chapter is 50 goddamn pages long. How do you do that? So yeah, I basically counted 20 pages into it, found a place where like the scene shifts and drew a line because that was the best I could do. For something that is longer than an entire book club, like I said before, I'm gonna have to split up chapters in this because they're like super short or super long. There's 2 other chapters, by the way, that are longer than that. There's one chapter that's 60 pages. And then equally there's chapters that are 3 to 4 to 5 pages. So yeah, nobody understood pacing on this. And nobody made her fix it. I know, right? I kind of do too. I really got to take the other rings off of this to get the weight off it. I'm not sure how I'm going to do that without screwing it up, but I'm going to do it. Because, yeah, it needs to weigh a lot less. But that will be up there with the making a proper flag once I get some fabric. Better. Here we go. Still can't believe I don't have a puppy. Saturday, May 21st, 2011. Nearly 2 hours later, I come to bed. It's just after 1:45. Wow, she's lightweight. She didn't even make it to closing. She's fast asleep and hasn't moved from where I left her. I strip, pull on my PJ pants and a t-shirt, and climb in beside her. I was totally expecting him to get in bed naked. She's comatose. It's unlikely she's going to thrash around and touch me. Also, dude, you're in a super huge hotel room and there's a spare room for your brother that he's obviously not using. You don't have to sleep in the same bed as the girl you kidnapped. I hesitate for a moment as the darkness swells within me, but it doesn't surface, and I know it's because I'm watching the hypnotic rise and fall of her chest, and I'm breathing in sync with her. In, out, in, out, in, out. For seconds, minutes, hours, I don't know. I watch her. This is not at all creepy that he's standing over her as she's comatose and watching her chest. That's not fucking insanely creepy at all. Really. Did nobody read this out loud to see how it sounded? And while she sleeps, I surveil every beautiful inch of her lovely face. Yeah, that's what he's looking at. Her dark lashes fluttering while she sleeps, her lips slightly parted so I glimpse her even white teeth. She mutters something unintelligible and her tongue darts out and licks her lips. Very. Her tongue darts out and licks her lips. It's arousing. Very arousing. Finally, I fall into a deep and dreamless slumber. This is making me also just proof that E.L. James copies herself. There's a matching scene in The Mister where whatever his name is, douchebag, was sleeping next to the Born Yesterday virgin, and he wakes up hard because she's next to him, and actually considers taking her hand, putting it on his dick, and using her hand to jerk himself off while she's sleeping, and he starts to do it and only stops because she wakes up. I, there's no way he didn't do that. Yeah, right? Like, oh my god. It's quiet when I open my eyes, meaning she didn't wake up and call the police yet. And I'm momentarily disoriented. Oh yes, I'm at the Heathman. The clock beside my bedside table says 7:43. When was the last time I slept this late? Anna. Slowly I turn my head and she's fast asleep facing me, her beautiful face soft in repose. I have never slept with a woman. I've fucked many, but to wake up beside an alluring young woman is a new and stimulating experience. My cock agrees. I forgot that his penis becomes its own character. This will not do. You've kidnapped her. What more do you... Oh, yes, it is. Yes. Yes. No, in both series, the leading male character is undeniably a rapist. Undeniably so. Like, in 50 Shades, there are 3 scenes that I can point to through the series, not the first book. There are 3 scenes that I can point to that are absolutely, concretely non-consensual. Including one where she is actively fighting with him. Anastasia Steele is actively telling him, as he's trying to have sex with her, he's on top of her, pinning her down, and she's like, no, I can't do this. Stop. She tells him, stop. And no, I can't do this. I don't want this. And he continues to hold her down and says, just let me do it. And then does. So, yeah, both her leading male characters are rapists. Undeniably so, like, unquestioningly. It is not, like, open to debate. Reluctantly, I climb out of bed and change into my running gear. I need to burn off this excess energy. Dude, just get a prostitute. As I change into my sweats, I can't remember the last time I've slept so well. In the living room, I fire up my laptop, check my email, and respond to 2 from Roz and 1 from Andrea. It takes me a little longer than usual as I'm distracted knowing Anna is asleep in the next room. I wonder how she'll feel when she wakes. Will she call the police or just run out screaming? Hungover. Ah. In the minibar, I find a bottle of orange juice and empty it into a glass. She's still asleep when I enter. Her hair a riot. Her hair a riot of mahogany spread across her pillow, and the covers have slipped below her waist. Her t-shirt has ridden up, exposing her belly and her navel. The sight stirs my body once more. We just have to double down on the extreme creepiness all the time. Stop standing here and ogling the girl, for fuck's sakes, Gray. Also referring to yourself in the third person is such a douchebag thing. I have to get out of here before Here we go. Here we go. Definitive he's a rapist line. Here we are. I have to get out of here before I do something I'll regret. Meaning he's worried he won't be able to stop himself from fucking the unconscious girl. You know, if you have questions like that of your self-control, can I recommend castration, please? Oh. Sorry, hives on my stomach. And they're really, really itchy. This is the problem when you sleep on something that gives you hives. They get everywhere. Though putting like 3 layers of sheets on has helped, but I don't know. I'm either just gonna throw out the mattress and sleep on the bed frame, or like I don't know what. Uh, Placing the glass on the bedside table, I duck into the bathroom, find 2 Advil in my travel kit, and deposit them beside the glass of orange juice. With one last lingering look at Anastasia Steele, the first woman I've ever slept with, I head out for my run. She forgot to write that he puts little "eat me, drink me" signs there, like some fucked up Alice in Wonderland. Also, if you wake up in a stranger's hotel room having no idea how you got there, and there's 2 pills and a glass of orange juice, are you gonna touch those with a 10-foot fucking pole? Yeah, I don't mind if it's crinkly. That's an idea. I could put like maybe if I taped a bunch of garbage bags together, that might work. 'Cause yeah, I can sleep on anything. Like sleeping on on park benches and the floor is something I did a lot growing up. Though I will say, sleeping on the floor in a house with no heat and no light in the dead of winter is difficult, but it can be done. But that's actually a good idea because I was thinking the problem is I can't do mattress covers because latex. They either are latex or because they're all made in China, they're contaminated with it. I've bought them before, ones that swear they're non-latex, and then 2 days later I'm covered in hives from head to toe because they're contaminated by latex because they're made in the same factories. This is why when Halloween's around, I can't touch anything in the stores. Because even like the plastic daggers and shit, they came in the boxes with the latex masks. So I'll react to everything. Like I was with a friend at Value Village. It was Halloween. We were looking for Halloween stuff for her grandson, and she repeatedly had to like remind me to keep my hands in my pocket and don't touch anything, including like the packaging and stuff because it's all contaminated. Yay for Vicks inhalers. Yeah, I might try that because I have garbage bags, so I can do that, and the noise won't bother me. Might bother the puppy. You may have to answer to a puppy because he might go, "What have you done to my bed?" Though honestly, as long as his blankie is there and I wrap him up in it and cuddle him, he won't care. I'm very surprised Kitty hasn't demanded to come out by now. Because it's dark out, so there's no longer birds for him to watch, which is usually when he complains. He must be asleep. Because I put him in there about 2 o'clock, and that's like pushing the limits for him being in there. Usually, like 8 hours is like, okay, I'm hungry or I need to pee. When I return from my exercise, there's a bag in the living room from a store I don't recognize. I take a peek and see clothes for Anna. From what I can see, Taylor's done well, and all before 9 a.m. The man is a marvel. Her purse is on the sofa where I dropped it last night, and the door to the bedroom is closed, so I assume she's not left and that she's still asleep. It's a relief. Pouring, and she spelled pouring wrong. It's Poring. There's a U missing. Poring over the room service menu, I decide to order some food. She'll be hungry when she wakes, but I have no idea what she'll eat. It's the Richard Gere. He's about to say, so I ordered the entire menu because this is supposed to be the morning after with Richard Gere and Julia Roberts, where he says, I didn't know what you'd like, so I took the liberty of ordering everything on the menu. Which, by the way, like, how sweet would it be if somebody did that? I would totally, like, it would be great. But, not that I'm, like, really hungry right now, but. So, in a rare moment of indulgence, I order a selection from the breakfast menu. I'm informed it will take half an hour. Okay, I'm surprised she didn't just say I order everything on the menu, just copy the scene directly. Because there's been multiple scenes that are copied from Pretty Woman and from Thomas Crown Affair and Secretary. Time to wake the delectable Miss Steele. She's slept enough. Yeah, because that's your fucking call. Grabbing my workout towel and the shopping bag, I knock on the door and enter. To my delight, she's sitting up in bed. The tablets are gone and so is the juice because she's really, 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 really stupid. Good girl. He said it again. He said it again. Now I have to light it up again. Wait, I forgot to light it up on the other one. Wait. No, it's not getting away with it. I'm putting a bookmark. No, where he said sweetheart. There it is. There it is. Okay, I need to be careful with burning this because I have highlighted lines on this that I don't want burned. Uh, let's pull the page out a little, shall we? Let's see if we can try that. But yes, where it says sweetheart, burn baby burn. Okay, that almost lit the entire page on fire, but I didn't burn any other pages. Oh, smells so good. Okay, there. And it didn't burn the thing I didn't want to burn. Okay, good. There's ashes all over my desk. She pales as I saunter into the room. Keep it casual, Gray. You don't want to be charged with kidnapping. So he knows again. And I called this out in the other ones. He has goddamn self-awareness. He knows what he's doing. She closes her eyes, and I assume it's because she's embarrassed. Like you would know what that feels like. Good morning, Anastasia. How are you feeling? Better than I deserve, she mutters, so she's self-loathing as well. As I place the bag on the chair, when she turns her gaze to me, her eyes are impossibly big and blue. Though her hair is a tangled mess, she looks stunning. Or stunned. How did I get here? She asks, as though she's afraid of the answer. Yeah, I would be too! Reassure her, Gray. Like he read like a Psych 101 textbook and is using it. And sit down on the edge of the bed and stick to the facts. Yeah, let's avoid the word kidnapping in case she calls the cops, which I would have already done. After you passed out, I didn't want to risk the leather upholstery in my car taking you all the way to your apartment, so I brought you here. Well, that's one explanation. Did you put me to bed? Yes. Did I throw up again? No, thank God. Did you undress me? Yes. Who else would have undressed you? Dude, you're not picking up what she's putting down here. Oh my God. She blushes and at last she has some color in her cheeks. Perfect teeth bite down on her lip and I suppress a groan. You're that much of a walking hard-on that a girl doing ugh is enough to make you want to groan. We didn't, she whispers, staring at her hands. Christ, what kind of animal does she think I am? You were thinking about it, douchebag! You came this close! This close more than once! So I'd say she's got the read of you! Anastasia, you were comatose. Necrophilia is not my thing. Today. My tone is dry. I like my women sentient and receptive. The receptive part is no. She sags with relief, which makes me wonder if this has happened to her before, because of course he has to think the worst. That she's passed out and woken up in a stranger's bed and found out he'd fucked her without her consent. Okay, I was just gonna say passed out and woke up with a stranger. He has to go next level! But also proves that he's aware that fucking her while she was asleep would have been non-consensual and therefore rape. And yet, again, this close. This close. Yes. Yeah. Kidnapping statutes, I will say, are one thing that I've learned in the States, especially. I'm not sure how it is here in Canada because I've never looked them up in Canada, but I know in the States it's incredibly wide-ranging what qualifies as kidnapping, or some states don't actually have kidnapping laws. They have like it falls under domestic violence or like holding someone against their will or like illegally detaining someone can be the term. So it's a completely wide range. Same with like stalking laws. Some states have none, some have a little bit, but what qualifies as stalking and not stalking, even though it obviously is, it's an area where the law is 50 years behind, honestly. They say, like, laws are always so far behind the times. And sometimes that's understandable, but sometimes it's not. With things like stalking, kidnapping, domestic violence, there's no reason that the laws should be behind the times. They should have caught up and gotten with the times. When it comes to things like, like cyber crimes or like misusing the latest technology that came out yesterday, then I can understand the laws need a minute to catch up. I can get that. But with stalking, kidnapping, DV, no excuse. No excuse for why there's such a disparity, and they're almost non-existent in some places. Like some states literally have no stalking laws, meaning legally in some states there is no such thing as stalking no matter what a guy does, which is so absurd. So absurd and dangerous. Very, very dangerous. Like that's how women get killed, because they've gone to the police like a dozen times saying this guy is doing this, this, and this, but as long as his behavior doesn't violate laws that don't exist or that are so narrow in their definitions, it's like, well, that's not illegal. He can look in your window of your bedroom and watch you get changed. That's not illegal in some places. That's why, like, in some states I'm not a gun person, but I can understand having a gun. I'm with Penelope Garcia in the episode called Penelope, when Morgan puts her in the corner and hands her a gun, and she's like, I don't believe in guns, and he's like, trust me, they are very real. I am both sides of that conversation. I fully agree with both sides. That's why Morgan is such a badass. He got his own show. Anyone who doesn't know, Shamar Moore was on Criminal Minds for several years before they lured him away to be on SWAT. Yay for being able to breathe. Yeah, we're going to highlight the creepy stranger line. So, for anyone who wants to justify, because I've heard this justification online, that he's just too immature and socially, like, inept. He doesn't read social cues. That he doesn't understand he needs consent, because when he wants something, he's used to getting it and taking it. So he doesn't understand he needs consent. Right here. Definitive proof. Because if he can imagine that she has been in bed with somebody else who fucked her without her consent, then he knows that consent exists and that he needs consent to fuck somebody. So you can shove all those arguments up your ass. Maybe that's the photographer's modus operandi. Again, continuing to think, like, what? The thought is disturbing. No, you're disturbing. You are what's disturbing. You and your entire existence, and the fact that this is a billion-dollar, multi-billion-dollar, between the books and the movies, multi-billion-dollar franchise. And again, Sony, I believe it's Sony Studios, owns the rights to her next series, The Mister, and they are making a movie out of it. It has IMDb pages in multiple countries that are slowly getting filled out. They're being updated. Every few months, they are being updated. So the film is happening. Whether it happens next year or 5 years from now, I don't know, but it's happening. It is definitely in production and going to be a thing. I feel bad for London, because there's no way in hell they can not film it in London with all the landmark name dropping. No way. And they probably thought 28 years later was going to be the biggest thing in London. I do want to see that when it comes out. I do like the other two. Even though they're way more hardcore horror, because they have a lot of jump scares, and I don't like jump scares. But they are movies, them and Signs, I will say, are two movies or movie series at that point that do jump scares in a way that I will allow. There's a moth in here. How is there a moth in here? It's the dead of winter. And yet there's a moth in here. Okay. But those are two movie series where I will allow jump scares because they use them correctly. And appropriately without just making something pop up and scream in your face because I'm sorry. That's not horror. That's just startling someone and causing an autonomic reaction of adrenaline rush. You're not scary. You're just loud and in my face. But I recall her confession from last night that she'd never been drunk before. Thank God she hasn't made a habit out of this. Maybe that should have been your first thought and not like your 47th. I'm so sorry, she says, her voice full of shame. Hell, maybe I should go easy on her. You have no right to go anything on her. She doesn't belong to you, dickwad. It was a very diverting evening, not one I'll forget in a while. I hope that sounds conciliatory, but her brow creases. How is that conciliatory? You didn't say I'm sorry, but I thought this was for the best. I hope I haven't made you too uncomfortable. I swear nothing happened. And even lie to her and say I slept on the couch. How about I had my manservant bring you some clothes. Because, you puked on yours. They're being laundered. You didn't have to track me down with whatever James Bond gadgetry you're developing for the highest bidder. Fuck you, goddamn bitch. Because not only has she said suddenly that he's not a telecom company, he's in commerce and finance, but now apparently she still remembers that yes, he's a telecom genius, so she's alluding to that he invented some kind of technology. It's called he has military contracts and people who are willing to do illegal shit for him, but like, I'm sorry, you can't even keep track of your own fucking retconning? Whoa. Now she's pissed? Why? Yeah, why would she be mad at you? Waking up almost naked in your bed. Why would she be mad at you after you stalked her and tracked her down to a bar where she didn't want you to be? First, the technology to track cell phones is available over the internet. Not like that! No, it is not, you fucking liar! No, it is not! Okay? If I want to find somebody, I cannot go to tracetheircellphone.com and type in their number and get a geoposition global satellite real-time longitude and latitude of where that person is just because I want to know. That is not a thing. This is gaslighting. Now he's gaslighting. Because no, that technology is not available over the internet. Not for normal people. Fucking douchebag. Well, the deep net, this is in his head. It's called the dark web, you dumb. I almost said the C word and I'm not going to because he doesn't deserve to take me there. But I'm implying it. Yeah, if someone uses the excuse that they can't understand consent in that way, I'm coming after. Yes. Yeah. No, but that is the internet's like common justification for people that want to believe that Christian Grey is still like somehow a romantic at heart, or that he's a good guy at heart, or he doesn't mean to be a creepy stalker rapist because he just doesn't know any better. He just doesn't know any better. He can't help himself. He doesn't know any better. Is the justification? It's like, no, he knows better. He knows. That is why I keep pointing out that he is incredibly self-aware. He knows exactly what he is doing. He knows exactly how illegal and wrong it is. He just doesn't care. He just knows that he's rich enough and powerful enough that he will get away with it and he will do whatever he wants. And that's the sociopath part, and the violence and the anger are the psychopath part. He is a psychopath. I know it's really easy to clone someone's phone. Yes, it is. Yeah. I had to argue with Bell Canada once because my phone Somebody definitely like stole my number because there were all these calls that I didn't make and they were all long distance, like super long distance, like to Sudan. And this is in like fucking A, like '08 when obviously they racked up thousands of dollars. And I got the bill for it and I was like, I didn't make any of these calls. I don't know this number. Like, you can look at my physical cell phone. I didn't call any of this. So obviously somebody cloned my number and using it. And literally, I went through 4 different idiots at Bell Canada, and they all, and this must be policy. It must have at the time even been their policy. And they're like, well, cell phone cloning doesn't exist. Cell phone cloning doesn't exist. That's not a real thing. It doesn't exist. It's been around since the early 90s, which is what I said to them. I'm like, okay, it might be company policy to deny that because you think you can force me to pay this. That's not going to fucking happen. So you're going to delete these charges because they're fraudulent off my account, or I'm getting a lawyer. And you know what? They deleted the fucking charges. But they never admitted that they act literally. I had multiple people, including managers, high level managers, 2 of them, pretend that they had never heard of cell phone cloning. Like I might as well have been speaking fucking gibberish the way they were fucking acting. And it was so clearly a put on like company position. It's like, no, you know exactly what happens. You just don't want to be out the money. Well, too goddamn bad. Protect your fucking. But this is a company that's currently charging me about $150 a month for crappy internet that barely works. Second, excuse me. Second, my company does not invest or manufacture any kind of surveillance device. That is so much bullshit. That is so much fucking bullshit. Absolute bullshit. What's on my face? My temper is fraying, but I'm on a roll. And third, if I hadn't come to get you, you'd probably be waking up in the photographer's bed. And from what I can remember, you weren't overly enthused about him pressing his suit. Pressing his suit. So he's like, it's better that I kidnapped you and almost raped you than maybe he did. Which I don't believe Jose would have went that far at all by any stretch of the imagination. But you almost did. She blinks a couple of times, then starts giggling. She's laughing at me again. Again, the not like being laughed at, that goes along with the psychopath thing. Because, yeah, I want to punch people in the face when they laugh at me. But again, I admit that I am a sociopath with psychopathic tendencies. I'm self aware and I try to control that. I don't always succeed, but I've never intentionally hurt anybody. Okay, verbally, I've hurt people a few times when I couldn't stop myself, but I've never physically hurt anybody intentionally. Unintentionally a couple times, but in like, it was an accident ways. Which medieval chronicle did you escape from? You sound like a courtly knight. No, he doesn't. He sounds like a stalker trying to justify his kidnap. She's beguiling. She's calling me out. Again. And in her irreverence, it's refreshing. Really refreshing. Schizophrenic much? However, I'm under no illusion that I'm a knight in shining armor. Boy, has she got the wrong idea. And though it may not be to my advantage, I'm compelled to warn her that there's nothing chivalrous or courtly about me. Again, self aware. Anastasia, I don't think so. Dark Knight, maybe. That movie has to have come out like when this was released. If only she knew. And why are we discussing me? I changed the subject. Did you eat last night? She shakes her head. I knew it. You need to eat. That's why you were so ill. Honestly, it's drinking rule number 1. It is true, and I'm absolutely violating that tonight, but it is true. You should eat a good pasta or potato loaded meal before you go drinking. Are you going to continue to scold me? Is that what I'm doing? I think so. You're lucky I'm just scolding you, because that's not threatening at all. What do you mean? Well, if you were mine, you wouldn't be able to sit down for a week after the stunt you just pulled. You didn't eat, you got drunk, and you put yourself at risk. The fear in my gut surprises me. Such irresponsible, risk taking behavior. I hate to think what could have happened to you. Okay, seriously, she should be running out of there screaming with what he is saying. I would be utterly terrified and wondering where my cell phone is. He hasn't actually said where her phone is. And we know she had one because she called him. So where is her phone? She scowls. I would have been fine. I was with Kate. Doi. Some help she was. And the photographer? I retort. Jose just got out of line, she says, dismissing my concern and tossing her tangled hair over her shoulder. Well, the next time he gets out of line, maybe someone should teach him some manners. Unlike yourself, kidnapper stalker. You're quite the disciplinarian, she snaps. Oh, Anastasia, you have no idea. Again, this is where I'm running out the door and I don't care that I'm half naked. I wouldn't care if I was fully naked. You want to judge me? That's your business. An image of her shack. Here we go. Here we go. An image of her shackled to my bench, peeled ginger root, apparently that's one word, inserted in her ass so she can't clench her buttocks, comes to mind, followed by judicious use of a belt or a strap. Yeah, that would teach her not to be so irresponsible. The thought is hugely appealing. Ugh. Also, the difference between a belt and a strap is literally just width. I actually own two belts that I bought solely for the purposes of using them as spanking tools for bondage. At least I think I still have them. I might have given one to a friend. I definitely still have one somewhere. Yes, I think I do. Oh, again, red flag. I really feel like I need to make the stick on this taller and just like park it here permanently. Oh yeah, absolutely. And obviously, again, he's doing it because for anyone who doesn't know, it burns like hell. That's the thing. It causes extreme burning and irritation when applied to sensitive glandular areas like the asshole, and it's a common BDSM punishment. But I will say it is much more commonly used, much more, and I mean like 99% of the time, it is only used where some version of ABDL or age play or infantilism comes into play. In other words, it is something you do to somebody pretending to be much younger than they are or in a childlike state as they are spanked and diapered and in various ways anally punished for whatever they did wrong or just as part of a scene pretending that they did. That is where you'll see it. It doesn't happen in like where both people are pretending they're grown-ups kind of play. It's very much limited to the ABDL age play infantilism crowd. Again, not that I'm saying there's anything wrong with that, because those are all consenting adults. Those are all people who really are adults who are engaging in fantasy and role play. which is perfectly fine and extremely healthy. More people should explore their fantasies and do some role playing because I think we'd have less mass shootings if they did. So, yeah, that's okay because, again, that's consenting adults. This is not. That's why that is okay and this is not. She's staring at me wide eyed and dazed, and it makes me uncomfortable. Can she read my mind? He really is like showing some serious signs of paranoia. Or is she just looking at my pretty face? I'm going to have a shower, unless you'd like to shower first, I tell her, but she continues to gape. Even with her mouth open, she's quite lovely. She's hard to resist, and I grant myself permission to touch her. Ah! Again, oh my god, it's gonna be a fight for what is the creepiest statement just of this chapter! Not even the whole book, but just this chapter! We have competition for the creepiest statement, dear God! I grant myself permission to touch her. Ah! Yes, all of the no. All of the no. Ew. I swear to God, I'm going to take a very hot shower after this. Very hot, long shower. And this time of night, there will definitely be plenty of hot water. I've learned never shower in the morning here because this building's ancient. So if I'm in the shower and somebody else turns the hot water on, my shower turns into ice. Whereas I've gotten used to literally physically jumping out to avoid being either frozen or scalded. The worst is scalded because somebody else turns on the cold water and it's pure hot water. The hot water here is excellent, but it gets so hot that you can make a cup of tea or a cup of coffee literally straight out of the tap. Like steam is coming up. It's literally like 2 degrees below boiling. And I've gotten burned by it so much. And I bitched and complained, but they claim there's nothing they can do, which is bullshit. There's plenty they can do, but it would cost money, and so they won't do it. So yeah, I've learned to just jump out when it gets either freezing cold or burn your skin off. Though a friend of mine like nearly fucking had an aneurysm once because I can't kneel down next to the tub to bathe the dog, and she was bathing the dog, and the water went like super hot, and she had to snatch him out, and she was like freaking out, going like, "Oh my god, it almost boiled your dog," and I'm like, "Yeah, I warned you about the water. That's why we don't fill the tub. That's why I have a handheld shower unit that you test on your arm before you put it over the dog." Yeah, she was like freaking out and like almost in tears because she was like, "Oh my god, it almost like burned Bo like so badly. If I hadn't checked it, I would have absolutely burned him." And he's such a little baby. Where is he? Bo! Where are you? Bo! Can you hear me? Bo! Bo! Come here, good boy. Bo! Come here. Come here, good boy. See, now he's making me worry when I know he's curled up on the couch. Bo, come here. Come here, baby. Come here, good boy. Bo, come here. Come on, good boy. Come here. Come here, good boy. That's me patting my leg. Okay, now I have to get up and get him. Excuse me, I'll be back in 2 shakes. Oh, where are you? Oh, baby. Puppy boy. Oh, there you are. There's a good boy. Come here. Oh, knocking my hairbrush down. You're not in trouble. Come here. Come here. Come here. I want to cuddle you. Come here, baby. He thinks he's in trouble when he's hiding in his cage. Come here. It's okay. You're a good boy. Yeah, come here. Come here. I can't cuddle you in there. Come here. I know I woke you up. I'm sorry. I know I woke you up. Come here, good boy. Come here. He's literally doing this in his cage. He's on his back and he's doing this. Come here. I can't pet you in there. Come here. Come on. That's a good boy. That's a good boy. Come here. That's a good boy. Good boy. Good boy. That's my good boy. Come here. Come on. Up, 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 up. Yes, you can do it. Okay, I'm going to rub your belly so you know it's okay. You rub your belly so you know it's okay. Come here. Yeah, up, up. Okay, can you hear me now? He muted me. He hasn't done that in a long time. I was telling him that I don't like him licking my makeup because I think it's bad for him, but asking him if he can please eat the new kibble, even though I know that it's not his usual kibble, and that's why he's protesting by not eating it. But it's got, oh my god, there's lips. I got lipstick on the dog again. Okay, come here. Let me see if I can get that off you. And it's not coming out because he's a he's a light furred dog. So my dog has, I made it worse. Okay, I'll wash that off you later. Oh, little baby. Oh my god. Can I get handcuffs for putting lipstick on the dog? Oh, you poor baby. I'm so sorry. I'll watch your face later, okay? I love you, little baby. Okay, let's rub your belly. Let's rub the belly just for a minute, okay? Oh, you're such a good baby. I'm sorry I scared you by calling you when you were asleep, so you thought you were in trouble. You're not in trouble. I just wanted to cuddle you and love on you and pet you and rub your belly. And pet you and rub your belly because you're a belly dog. Yes, a belly dog. You're so good. I love you. I love you so much, little doggy. Yes, I really do. Yes, I really love you so much. You're so pretty. Oh, so pretty. So pretty, doggy. Yes, you are. Okay, say bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Sponsor a duck before I eat them all. Amy, it wasn't your fault when you tried to eat the duck, right? No, I dropped it on the floor and you were just picking it up for me by putting it in your mouth and trying to run away. Yeah, you weren't going to eat it at all. No, no, no. No. You wouldn't do that. No, you wouldn't. Okay, can we stay out of the garbage tonight? Just eat your kibble, please. He says no. Because he's a chubby little puppy. Bye bye. Bye bye. Now I showed up and was cute. Okay, I'm gonna put you on your pillow, okay? Here you go. Good boy. Good baby. You're so good. Yes, you're a good boy. Okay, I'm feeling much better now. Had a puppy fix. He's having some water. I grant myself permission to touch her, tracing the line of her cheek with my thumb. Her breath catches in her throat as I stroke her soft bottom lip. How fucking creepy would it be for somebody to do this to you after you've woken up in their hotel room half naked? The guy is a total stranger. Breathe, Anastasia, I murmur before I stand and inform her that breakfast will be here in 15 minutes. She says nothing, her smart mouth silent for once. Okay, she is not smart in any way. In the bathroom, I take a deep breath, strip, and climb into the shower. I'm half tempted to jerk off. Ew. But the familiar fear of discovery and disclosure from an earlier time in my life stops me. Meaning his mother walked in on him once and he never jerked off again. We're going to get that story. I guarantee you, whether it's in this book or the next one, we're going to get that story. Elena would not be pleased. Again, he tells Anastasia that their relationship of her being his dame and him being her underage submissive, which, yes, makes the relationship rape, that it ended many years ago and they only have a business relationship. And yet, in his head, he will still not jerk off in the shower because she would be displeased. I call bullshit on them not having a very current and sexual relationship. Old habits. As the water cascades over my head, I reflect on the latest interaction with the challenging Miss Steele. She's still here, in my bed, so she cannot find me completely repulsive. She just woke up! So she didn't run screaming from the room, therefore I've got a chance. This is like worse than Beauty and the Beast, where he literally holds her captive. This is him holding her captive. I noticed the way her breath caught in her throat and how her gaze followed me around the room. Yeah, she was tracking the threat in the room, dude. Yes, there's hope. Hope for what? You keep saying you don't even want her. But would she make a good submissive? This is the only thing that matters. It's obvious she knows nothing of the lifestyle. She couldn't even say fuck or sex, or whatever bookish college students use as a euphemism for fucking these days. She's quite the innocent, and you're knowingly, intentionally, with even an actual plan and evil intentions, going to corrupt her. Ooh, I didn't check something, and I need to check it now because now I'm a little paranoid. One sec. This may glitch for a second. Yep. Okay, yeah. No. And yet why? Wait, what? Oh. Okay, something that should have happened didn't. And now I'm going to fix it. Okay, things may be choppy for a second. Hate it when you tell computers to do things and they don't. She's quite the innocent. She's probably been subjected to a few fumbling encounters with boys like the photographer. The thought of her fumbling with anyone irks me. I could just ask her if she's interested. Doi! No. I'd have to show her what she'd be taking on if she agreed to a relationship with me. Let's see how we both fare over breakfast. Yeah, I don't want to scare her off. I don't want to scare her off yet. So yeah, let me draw her in more and impress her with my wealth and whatever else. Yeah, let's do that before I ask her if she'd, hey, you can have all this if you just let me whip and beat and fuck you whenever I want and act like my slave and follow my ridiculous rules and let me control literally every aspect of your entire life at all times. Okay. Hey, for the right amount of money, I would do it, but not like this. Huh. Computers. Uh, Rinsing off the soap, I stand beneath the hot steam and gather my wits for round two with Anastasia Steele. I switch off the water and, stepping out of the shower, grab a towel. A quick check in the steamed up mirror, and I decide to skip shaving today. Breakfast will be here shortly, and I'm hungry. Quickly, I brush my teeth. Okay, brushing your teeth right before breakfast is a terrible idea because everything's going to taste like mint. When I open the bathroom door, she's out of bed and searching for her jeans. She looks like the archetypical startled fawn, all long legs and big eyes. Thank you for pointing out the thing we already knew. If you're looking for your jeans, I sent them to the laundry. She really has great legs. She shouldn't hide them in pants, because that's not sexist at all. Her eyes narrow, and I think she's going to argue with me, so I tell her why. They were spattered with your vomit. Oh, she says. Yes. Oh. Now, what do you have to say to that, Miss Steele? I sent Taylor out for another pair and some shoes. They're in the bag on the chair. I nod at the shopping bag. She raises her eyebrows, in surprise, I think. Um, I'll have a shower, she murmurs, and then as an afterthought, she adds, thanks. Grabbing the bag, she dodges around me, darts into the bathroom, and locks the door. I would not be showering here at all. I wouldn't be taking the clothes either unless I literally had no choice, which she doesn't because he sent her other clothes away, so she's got literally nothing else to wear. But she's wearing a t-shirt, so I would pull on the jeans and the shoes and get the hell out of there. She couldn't get into the bathroom quick enough. Away from me. Perhaps I'm being too optimistic. Disheartened, I briskly dry off and get dressed. In the living room, I check my email. There's nothing urgent. But I'm interrupted by a knock at the door. Two young women have arrived from room service. Where would you like breakfast, sir? Set it up on the dining table. Walking back to the bedroom, I catch their furtive looks, but I ignore them and suppress the guilt I feel over how much food I've ordered. We'll never eat it all. Breakfast is here, I call and rap on the bathroom door. Oh, okay. Anna's voice sounds a little muted. Back in the living room, our breakfast is on the table. One of the women, who has dark eyes, hands me the check to sign, and from my wallet I pull a couple of 20s for them. Thank you, ladies. Just call room service when you want the table cleared, sir. Miss Dark Eyes says with a coquettish look as if she's offering more. He really thinks that every woman is hitting on him. Literally every woman. Which has to be in his fucking head. My chilly smile warns her off. Sitting down at the table with my newspaper, I pour myself a coffee and start on my omelet. My phone buzzes. A text from Elliot. Kate wants to know if Anna's still alive. See, this is why, at least in the first book, she disappeared in the second and then was a brain dead twit in the third. But in the first book, Kate is the most real person. Because this is the obvious and real question. Your brother kidnapped my friend. I don't know where she is. Is she dead? Yeah, that's a legitimate question at this point. I would certainly be asking that because it's true. And it's very much a real concern. And I'm pouring another drink. I didn't overfill it. This is the last one for the stream. So last chance to make me chug it. Again, $50 I will chug. 25 I will put these on for the rest of the stream, and for $10 you get to draw a random duck and name it. Links should be at the top of the YouTube. For stream elements, it should be there. And should be working, I hope. I chuckle, somewhat mollified that Anna's so-called friend is thinking about her. It's obvious Elliot hasn't given his dick a rest after all the protestations yesterday. I text back, alive and kicking. So yay, my brother slept with her best friend. That's not gonna be like awkward at all. Nah, totally not. Where did I draw a line on this? I actually don't know what page it's on. Okay, I may stop before where I drew the line, but we'll see. Anna appears a few moments later, hair wet and in the pretty blue blouse that matches her eyes. Taylor's done well. She looks lovely. Scanning the room, she spots her purse. Crap, Kate, she blurts. She knows you're here and still alive. I texted Elliot. She gives me an uncertain smile as she walks towards the table. Sit, I say, pointing to a place that's been set for her. She frowns at the amount of food on the table, which only accentuates my guilt. I didn't know what you like, so I ordered a selection from the breakfast menu. I mutter by way of an apology. Again, we're like we're literally 2 words from quoting Pretty Woman, just fuck it, fuck off. That's very profligate of you, she says. Yes, it is. My guilt blooms, but as she opts for the pancakes, scrambled eggs, and bacon with maple syrup, I tuck in. I forgive myself. It's good to see her eat. He's got such goddamn issues about food, and she's like anorexic as hell, so. Tea, I ask. Yes, please, she says between mouthfuls. She's obviously famished. I pass her the small teapot of water, and she gives me a sweet smile when she notices the Twinings English breakfast tea. I have to catch my breath at her expression. It makes me uneasy. It gives me hope. Your hair is very damp, I observe. I couldn't find the hair dryer, she says, embarrassed. She'll get sick. In his head, he's immediately like, oh, she'll get sick from having wet hair in this temperature controlled hotel room. Really? Also, it's a total myth that going outside with wet hair makes you sick. It's utter BS. Thank you for the clothes, she adds. It's a pleasure, Anastasia. That color suits you. She stares down at her fingers. You know, you really should learn to take a compliment. Perhaps she doesn't get many. But why? She's gorgeous in an understated kind of way. I should give you some money for the clothes. What? I glare at her and she continues quickly. You've already given me the books, which of course I can't accept. But these, please let me pay you back. Sweetheart, now I need my lighter. Anastasia, trust me, I can afford it. That's not the point. Why should you buy these for me? Because I can. I'm a very rich man, Anna. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. Her voice is soft, but suddenly I'm wondering if she looked through me and has seen my darkest desires. Why did you send me the books, Christian? Because I wanted to see you again, and here you are. Again, in his head. Well, when you're ready. Well, when you were nearly run over by the cyclist and I was holding you and you were looking up at me all, kiss me, Christian. He's saying this out loud. I stop, recalling the moment, her body pressed against mine. Shit. Quickly, I shrug off the memory. I felt I owed you an apology and a warning, Anastasia. By the way, he's just told her that, oh, you were looking at me all kiss me, Christian. You don't fucking know that because you're fucking delusional. My tastes are very singular. You should steer clear of me. There's something about you, though, that I find impossible to stay away from. But I think you figured that out already. In other words, I'm an obsessed stalker. Then don't, she whispers. What? You don't know what you're saying. Enlighten me then. Her words travel straight to my cock. Fuck. You're not celibate? She asks. No, Anastasia, I'm not celibate. And if you'd let me tie you up, I'd prove it to you right now. He didn't say the last part out loud, though he should have. Her eyes widen and her cheeks pink. Oh, Anna, I have to show her. It's the only way I'll know. What are your plans for the next few days? I ask. Yeah, just blatantly overwhelm her by saying, "Here's all of my kinky fetishes all at once. Are you down to let me do all these things that you've never heard of, never experienced before to you because I want to because I'm obsessed with you?" That is how you. Yeah, no. I'm working today from midday. What time is it? She exclaims in panic. It's just after 10. You've plenty of time. What about tomorrow? Oh, I skipped a line. What are your plans for the next few days? Kate and I are going to start packing. We're moving to Seattle next weekend, and I'm working at Clayton's all this week. You have a place in Seattle already? Yes. Where? I can't remember the address. It's in the Pike Market District. Not far from me. Good. So what are you going to do for work in Seattle? I've applied for some internships. I'm waiting to hear. Okay, who with a university like grad is getting an internship? Nobody. You're getting a paid fucking job if you have a degree. You're not looking for an internship like you're a goddamn high school student. Have you applied to my company as I suggested? No. And what's wrong with my company? Your company or your company? She arches an eyebrow. Are you smirking at me, Miss Steele? I can't hide my amusement. Oh, she'd be a joy to train. Challenging, maddening woman. She exclaimed. She examines her plate, chewing her lip. I'd like to bite that lip, I whisper, because it's true. Her face Her face flies to mine and she shuffles in her seat. That makes it sound like her face just jumped off her skull and attacked him. She tilts her chin towards me, her eyes full of confidence. Why don't you? She says quietly. Oh, don't tempt me, baby. I can't, not yet. Because I'm not going to touch you, Anastasia. Not until I have your written consent to do so. That line does not get any better no matter what. That line is still just right. Okay. That line, not until I have your written consent to do so. That is possibly the world's biggest red flag in any relationship. That is about as big a red flag as you can get. Is somebody saying, I am not going to sleep with you until I have your signed written consent to touch you at all. The amount of questions that brings up. Again, with my idea of running screaming from the room, because that's what you should do. It's the only acceptable thing to do. Creepy. What does that mean? She asks. Exactly what I say. I need to show you, Anastasia, so you know what you're getting yourself into. What time do you finish work this evening? About 8. Well, we could go to Seattle this evening, or next Saturday for dinner at my place, and I'll acquaint you with the facts then. The choice is yours. Okay. If I were writing a character that was recruiting dim-witted college students to join my cult, this is exactly the language I would be using. And again, there is a video out there. I forget who it's by. Forgive me. It might be Game Theory. I think it's Game Theory. Um, where they actually compared Christian Grey's language and the things that he does. He hasn't done any of them yet here, but he will. The actions he takes, the steps, the way he interacts with her, the language, and literally compared it to like the FBI manual on how cults recruit people and matched it up like point for point. That yes, he is using all the techniques, excuse me, that cults use to recruit and brainwash people. He uses all of those on her, and it obviously works to an extraordinarily high degree where she abandons her own personality and adopts the one he gives her, where she has no free will and no long and by the way, she gets to the point where not only does she no longer have any free will, she doesn't remember that free will exists because she just blindly goes along with whatever he wants, even cat hair. Even when she says to herself that it is not what she wants, and it's over little things, it's over things that don't matter, but she automatically acquiesces and does what he wants with no concern or consideration for what she wants herself. She just automatically does what he wants because if I don't, he'll get mad. If I don't, he'll get mad at me. If I don't, he will hurt me. And she says this herself multiple times, that she's only giving in to him out of fear of reprisal. So, yeah, he completely brainwashes and utterly destroys this woman and effectively just takes her captive mentally and physically for the rest of her life with no chance of her escaping. Why can't you tell me now? Because I'm enjoying my breakfast in your company. Once you're enlightened, you probably won't want to see me again. Okay, again, ladies and gentlemen, everyone out there, it is a hard and fast rule that I try to live by. I don't always succeed, but I definitely try to live by. When somebody tells you who they are, believe them the first time. He just told her who he was. He just told her, when you see what I want to show you, when you see the other side of me, you'll probably want to run far, far away and never come back. And that's the correct answer. She's too stupid to do that, though. I also point out he's hitting her at a psychologically vulnerable moment. She just graduated college, which is probably one of the most psychologically vulnerable moments of your life. Because if you have gotten to college, you've basically delayed adulthood for 4 years. You're living in a very much extended adolescent time of being. So when you graduate college, it's the first time you're being thrown out on your own, kicked in the ass, and told, go out in the world and make something of yourself. Now you have to be a grown up. There's no more mommy, daddy, or, college advisor or professor or whoever to save your ass or tell you that you're doing a good job. You got to go out there and make it now, which is terrifying. Rightly so. Not saying it isn't. But what does she do? She meets rich billionaire guy who says, I will take care of you and you never have to make another decision your whole life. You can live in billionaire luxury so long as I control every aspect and decision of your entire life. And doesn't that sound good to somebody who is afraid of being put out in the real world and having to stand on their own 2 feet and make their own goddamn choices, and win, lose, or fail, they're responsible for their decisions and they got to live with it? Doesn't that sound like a much better option than ever having to grow up? She frowns as she processes what I've said. Tonight, she says. Whoa, that didn't take long. Like Eve, you're so quick to eat from the tree of knowledge, I taunt her. Again, he's telling her that if you do this, you will condemn all of mankind to suffering in hell. Are you smirking at me, Mr. Gray? She asks. I look at her through narrowed eyes. Okay, baby, you asked for this. So now he's pissed and he's about to be a jerk. I pick up my phone and press Taylor on speed dial. He answers almost immediately. Mr. Gray, Taylor, I'm going to need Charlie Tango. She watches me closely as I make arrangements to bring my EC-135 to Portland. Now I want to Google if that's the same helicopter model that she said before, because I know that she did say the model before. And now I want to know if it's the same, because everything else has changed. I'll show her what I have in mind, and the rest will be up to her. She may want to come home when she knows. I'll need Stefan, my pilot, to be on standby so he can bring her back to Portland if she decides to have nothing more to do with me. I hope that's not the case. And it dawns on me that I'm thrilled that I can take her to Seattle in Charlie Tango. It'll be a first. Standby pilot from 22:30. That's 10:30. I confirm with Taylor and hang up. Do people always do what you tell them? She asks. That is literally a line from Pretty Woman. That's when she's in the hotel room alone and realizes he hasn't come up, and she calls down and asks for him and finds him in the dining room playing piano alone, and she like comes to him like what's wrong, like why are you down here kind of thing. She's trying to comfort him, and he looks at her and decides that what he wants is to fuck her, and literally there's like 4 cleaning staff in the room, and he's like, "Gentlemen, could we have the room, please?" Again, this is a public dining room in a 5-star hotel, and they leave, and Julia Roberts looks down at him and says, do people always do what you tell them?" And then he grabs her, pulls her along the piano, sits her up on it, and starts undressing her, and she says, "I guess they do." So, again, as I've said, this whole hotel room scene is out of Pretty Woman. It's pieces of 2 different scenes, but it's entirely out of Pretty Woman. She asks, and the disapproval in her voice is obvious. Is she scolding me now? Her challenge is annoying. Usually if they want to keep their jobs. Don't question how I treat my staff. Yeah, because I'm a bastard to my staff, as we later learn. And if they don't work for you, she adds, oh, I can be very persuasive, Anastasia. You should finish your breakfast and then I'll drop you off at home. I'll pick you up at Clayton's at 8 when you finish. We'll fly up to Seattle. Fly? Yes, I have a helicopter. Her mouth drops open, forming a small O. It's a pleasing moment. We'll go by helicopter to Seattle, she whispers. Yes. Why? Yeah, also, that's incredibly wasteful. It's like an hour drive. Because I can, I grin. Sometimes it's just fucking great to be me. Finish your breakfast. She seems stunned. Eat. My voice is more forceful. Anastasia, I have an issue with wasted food. Eat. Go fuck yourself. You eat it. I can't eat all this. She studies all the food on the table and I feel guilty once more. Yes, there is too much food here. Eat what's on your plate. If you'd eaten properly yesterday, you wouldn't be here, and I wouldn't be and I wouldn't be declaring my hand so soon. That just proves he has like a long-term plan to stalk and control and kidnap and enslave this woman. Hell, this could be a huge mistake. She gives me a sideways look as she chases her food around on her plate with her fork and her mouth twitches. What's so funny? She shakes her head and pops the last piece of pancake into her mouth, and I try not to laugh. As ever, she surprises me. She's awkward, unexpected, and disarming. She really makes me want to laugh, and what's more, it's at myself. Good girl, I mutter. Now I need my lighter again. Did I miss one? I think I missed one. I feel like I did because I was waiting to read the back of the page. Yep, it was okay. I know what page I'm on. And yes, it was him calling her sweetheart, and yes, it's going to burn. Gently though, I'm gonna try to not light the whole page on fire. There. Okay. I'm getting better. I just need a little more distance. But I also need the word to be obliterated properly. Come on. There we go. Okay. So it just takes a little space. I just need to hold the lighter back a little. Will it make it to the top of the page? Not quite. Okay, that kind of look the hole in the page kind of looks like a dick. Okay, that's better. Oh wow, it actually. Okay, so I need to put a backstop of some kind. But yeah, I'm gonna have to burn the. I'll take you home when you've dried your hair. I don't want you getting ill again. That's an old wives' tale. You'll need all your strength for tonight for what I have to show you. Suddenly, she gets up from the table, and I have to stop myself from telling her she doesn't have permission. Fuck you, douchebag! Like, he really does see everyone as being his property to some degree. This is making me think of that weird email Elon Musk apparently sent every member of the federal government saying if they don't email him back and account for what they did last week, he'll consider that their resignation. When is somebody going to point out that Elon Musk is not actually the elected president? And yet he's threatening to fire every member of the federal government. Can he be arrested for that? Probably not, but I'm asking the question. She's not your submissive yet, Gray. Still calling himself Gray in his head. On the way back to the bedroom, I paused at the sofa. Where did you sleep last night? She asked. In my bed. With you. Oh, yes, it was quite a novelty for me too. Not having sex? She said the S word. The telltale pink cheeks appear. No. How can I tell her this without it sounding weird? Like that would be the first thing she's heard you say that's weird? Just tell her, Gray. Sleeping with someone. Nonchalantly, I turned my attention back to the sports section of the write up on last night's game, then watch as she disappears into the bedroom. No, that didn't sound weird at all. No, it didn't make you sound like a total man whore to say, "Oh, it's not the first time. It's the first time I've slept next to someone without fucking them." That didn't make you sound cringe at all. No, 100%. No, not at all. How much more do we have tonight? Let me see. Where did I? Okay, we've got like 6 to 7 pages left. So last chance to sponsor a duck. Or make me chug. Well, I have another date with Miss Steele. No, not a date. She needs to know about me. I let out a long breath and drink what's left of my orange juice. This is shaping up to be a very interesting day. I'm pleased when I hear the buzz of the hairdryer and surprised that she's doing what she's been told. Maybe she just wants dry hair, douchebag. When I'm waiting for her, I phone the valet to bring my car up from the garage and check her address once more on Google Maps. Next, I text Andrea to send me an NDA via email. If Anna wants enlightenment, she'll need to keep her mouth shut. My phone buzzes. It's Roz. And yet he later says that he knows his NDA would never hold up in court because it's so much bullshit. Donald Trump. As I'm on the phone, Anna emerges from the bedroom and picks up her purse. Roz is talking about Darfur, but my attention is on Miss Steele. She rummages around in her purse and is pleased when she finds a hair tie. Her hair is beautiful, lush, long, thick. Idly, I wonder what it would be like to braid. She ties it back and puts on her jacket, then sits down on the sofa, waiting for me to finish my call. Okay, let's do it. Keep me abreast of the progress. I conclude my conversation with Roz. She's been working miracles, and it looks like our food shipment to Darfur is happening. Ready to go? I ask Anna. She nods. I grab my jacket and car keys and follow her out the door. She peeks at me through long lashes as we walk towards the elevator, and her lips curl into a shy smile. My lips twitch in response. What the hell is she doing to me? The elevator arrives, and I allow her to step in first. I press the elevator first floor button and the doors close. Oh, this is about to be the fuck the paperwork moment where he like sexually assaults her. Warning. Her breathing alters, hitching a little, and she peeks up at me with a bright, come hither look. Again, I'm interpreting any flirtations by her to be delusions of his mind because he clearly is delusional and is seeing things that are not there. Shit. She bites her lip. She's doing this on purpose. No, you fucking idiot. You're just a horny 11-year-old who never grew the fuck up, so you interpret literally everything as some kind of sexual come on. Again, every single fucking woman that he has mentioned, he has regarded as being desperately wanton for him. And I'm sorry, but nobody's that good fucking looking. I remember in the 90s when Brad Pitt was the best looking guy on the planet, and every girl my age had such a crush on him. I didn't. I don't find him that good looking. I never did. I think he's a competent actor. I think he's a douchebag as a real human being, but I never found him that good looking. That is what this is. He thinks every woman finds him devastatingly handsome, oh so charming, and would give anything to ride his dick. He is fucking delusional as hell. And for a split second, I'm lost in her sensual, mesmerizing stare. She doesn't back down. He's imagining all of this. I'm hard. Instantly. I want her. Here. Now. In the elevator. These are all separate lines, by the way. Oh, fuck the paperwork. I told you it was coming. The words come from nowhere, and on instinct, I grab her and push her against the wall. Clasping both her hands, I pin them above her head so she can't touch me. And once she's secure, I twist my other hand in her hair while my lips seek and find hers. Okay, let's go over it. We're going to dissect this because fuck the world. We're going to dissect this. She's in an elevator going downstairs with a guy who has kidnapped her and been quite the douchebag all morning and said very, very, very creepy things. And that she has agreed somehow because she has no sense of self preservation and is a literal lemming with the IQ of a squash plant to go out kind of on a date, sort of, kind of, so he can show her something, show her the real him or whatever this evening. And they're in the elevator going down so he can like drive her home. And he, out of nowhere, with no context, says, fuck the paperwork, grabs both her hands, pins them above her head, and his own words, pins them above her head, puts his other hand in her hair, which everybody knows I got a huge problem. You're ever doing this to the hair without consent, you're a rapist. Don't do that. Also painful, and you're going to hurt people. I just hurt myself doing that. Now my neck hurts, and I'm getting a headache because I have neck issues, which is half the reason I never allow that. Also, ow. Really, ow. I should not have done that. I didn't even do it that hard. I'm getting old. Oh, I wish I had a collar. You know, those hard neck collars. This is when I wish I had one. Oh, sleeping in it would help. Ow. But he's pinning both her arms above her head. His other hand is in her hair. And he's forcibly kissing her. This is not even close to consensual because it can't be. Because he never asked for consent. Because he's never kissed her while she's conscious. He kissed her while she was unconscious and nearly did other things, but they do not have a sexual relationship or an intimate one or anything that is a relationship. So he is literally sexually assaulting her. There is no other way to parse this. And I don't care what song swelled in the movie to make it look like this is okay. This is not okay. She moans into my mouth the call of a siren, and finally I can sample her. I'm going to vomit. Mint and tea and an orchard of mellow fruitfulness. She tastes every bit as good as she looks, reminding me of a time of plenty. Good Lord. Why do I feel like there's more religious references in this one than the other one? But the following series had a number of them, including a character who is actively religious. So I feel like, again, this comes from Mormonism. Like, Stephanie Myers is a Mormon, and basically she got told you can't write a religious, sexy book that will sell. And by the way, she proved herself fucking right because there's no religious references in Twilight. And originally there was, but also originally there were fairies, and that's why they sparkle. But she basically got told that what she wrote was unsellable and would never get published. And you should drop all the religious garbage and change it to vampires because they're sexy and popular right now. And she did, and it worked. But she proved her own fucking point that you can't write a religious, sexy bestseller because they're antithesis. They're uh, what is I can't think of the word, but the antithesis of each other. They're polar goddamn opposites because religion is so fucking repressive and pretends that sexuality doesn't exist and that like sex is so goddamn taboo and all that fucking shit that makes people commit suicide, or sexually repress themselves for 40 years or be so goddamn ignorant that they get sexually abused by people without even knowing it because they don't even know that that's sex. I point out this is a real story. You can Google me. This happened many, many years ago, but it's true. Of the many Catholic Church scandals of sex, there was a guy, a grown up man, who was married and closeted. And when he went to his local priest, his lifetime, like I think he'd known him for a long time, been a member of the church for a long time. When he went to his priest and said, basically, I'm married, we want kids, why can't I get it up for my wife, basically? Because again, the guy's closeted, he's attracted to men, not women, but he thought if I pray hard enough, I can pray away the gay, basically. And I'm married now, so doesn't that prove I'm straight? So shouldn't I be able to impregnate my wife? The priest, who was obviously a sexual pervert, convinced him to participate in a form of exorcism ceremony as the priest deemed it, saying that because the man confessed his feelings for his attraction to other men. And so the priest told him that he was possessed by a gay demon and that to remove the demon, again, I'm not making any of this up. You can Google me. I'm not making this up. And this is one of a billion stories like this. He convinced the guy to get naked, lie on the floor, hold coins on his hands like this, while the priest sucked the demons out of his penis repeatedly. Again, real story. And the guy in question, even though this happened repeatedly, claimed, you can believe him or not, but claimed that he had no idea this was in any way sexual because, again, he'd been raised and educated in the Catholic system. And so, therefore, especially back then, this is like 20, 30 years ago, especially back then, there was no such thing as sex ed. So he had no idea what a blowjob was. He genuinely didn't know that what the priest was doing to him was asexual and bisexual abuse. Because no, it's part of a religious ceremony. And there are people genuinely that goddamn ignorant in the world because they've been raised that way. And always because of religion. So all religion does, in my opinion, is breed ignorance. Not saying it doesn't have its place or it can't be a great tool of comfort and support to some people. It can. But it is also the largest source of ignorance in the world, and that's intentional. Because you got to keep the masses stupid and uneducated and uninformed in order to control them. I remind everybody that there was a great deal of time, there were hundreds of years, where only the priest could even look at the Bible. And so the Bible said whatever the fuck he said it said. Because to the masses, they'd never seen a Bible and they couldn't fucking read. So if the priest said the Bible says this, and therefore God demands that you do this, or you will burn in hell for all eternity, that's how they controlled people. That's how they made trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars. And continue to do so. Like, look at the correlation between people who are faithfully religious and the level of education in a country. I guarantee you, the lower the level of education, the higher the amount of religious conformity. But we have like 5 pages left and I'm really over this shit tonight. And we don't even have a new duck. All I wanted tonight was one new duck. Just to fill out the tier. I just wanted one new duck. Reminding me of a time of plenty, good Lord, I'm yearning for her. I grasp her chin, deepening the kiss, and her tongue tentatively touches mine. Maybe because you're shoving it in her mouth, you idiot. Considering, feeling, kissing me back, that's in your head. Oh God in heaven, he is not religious, and yet you are so sweet. I murmur against her lips, completely intoxicated, punch drunk with her scent and taste. The elevator stops and the doors begin to open. Get a fucking grip, Gray. Well, he's got two, one on her hands and one in her hair. I push myself off her and stand beyond her reach. She's breathing hard. Yeah, she was just sexually attacked. As am I. When was the last time I lost control? 3 men in business suits give us knowing looks as they join us, and I stare at the poster that's above the buttons in the elevator advertising a sensual weekend at the Heathman. I glance at Anna and exhale. She grins, and my lips twitch once more. What the fuck has she done to me? What have you just done to her? The elevator stops at the second floor, and the guys get out, leaving me alone with Miss Steele. You've brushed your teeth, I observed with wry amusement. I used your toothbrush, she says, eyes shining. Of course she has. And for some reason I find this pleasing. Too pleasing. I stifle my smile. Oh, Anastasia. Oh, there's a puppy. Because he was once the friend of an emotional support puppy. And he heard me be upset and now he wants to cuddle and make it better. Yes you do. Yes you do. And I'm gonna have to clean you because you have lipstick on your face. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, puppy. I didn't mean to do that to you. I'm sorry. Because he thinks the more disgusting he smells, the better. So anytime he has to have a bath of any kind, it's like I'm betraying him and taking away a smell he's worked very hard for. One time he rolled in dead pigeon and then actively ran away from me trying to give him a bath because he's like, no, I smell fantastic. It's the best I've ever smelled. Don't take it away. Yeah, that's what you think. I know. You're going, don't be upset, mommy. Don't be upset because I'm licking you and that makes you calm down and I'm licking you. I'm being just the best puppy in the whole world. I'm being so good right now. I'm being so good. I'm being the best puppy ever. I'm making everything better by being a puppy and licking. And that's what I'm here for. Because I am a puppy and licking. Yes. No. Everyone put some hearts in the chat if you think he's a good boy. Yes. Put some hearts in the chat if he's a good boy. You heard mommy get upset. Now he's licking. Oh, he's a good boy. Oh, with your belly. Oh, with your belly. Yes, you are. Oh, yes, you're a good baby. Yes, you're a good baby. Yes, you are. Oh, you're such a good baby. You're such a good baby. Yes, you are. Good baby. See, he's doing his job, being a puppy and being cuddly. Cuddle. Yes, you're a good puppy. You like to cuddle, don't you? Yes, you do. Yes, you do, especially when I wrap you up in a blanket and cuddle you. And you're all happy. Look how big you look. And yet you can fit yourself inside a hat. Oh, so cute. Love you, squishy cuddle. Okay, come here. Sit on my lap. Oh, is one of your legs through? No, you're okay. Okay. Like to make sure you didn't tangle yourself. Yes, you're a good boy. And love his little ears. Yes, he's such a good boy. You're a good boy. Yes, you are. Yes, I love you too. Yes, of course I love you too. You're the most lovey good puppy ever. Yes, you are. You're a lovey good puppy. Yes, you are a good puppy. You're a very good puppy. Yes, you are. You're so good. Okay, say bye-bye. Say bye-bye. Bye-bye. Yeah, you're not going to look at anyone but me, are you? Because I'm rubbing your belly. Yeah. Belly, belly, belly. And that's like the best thing in all of life. It's having your belly rubbed, isn't it? Yeah. Yes, it is. Yeah. Okay, you want to go on your pillow? Pillow? Yeah, good boy. Squish. That's a good boy. There you go. There you go. Good boy. Good boy. Very good boy. He is a very good boy. Oh, it's time for water. Okay, just checking. Their water balls over here, but they've still got like that much, so I don't need to get him a refill right now. I'm slightly worried about the cat. He's probably just having a really extended nap because sometimes he does. Oh, Anastasia Steele, what am I going to do with you? I take her hand as the elevator doors open on the ground floor and I mutter under my breath. What is it about elevators? Only you know. She gives me a knowing look and we stroll across the polished marble of the lobby. Now I want to quote Criminal Minds. I know I'm referencing Criminal Minds so much tonight. But pleasure business. As they stroll across the ivory marble foyer. If you know, you know. The car is waiting in one of the bays in front of the hotel. The valet is pacing impatiently. I give him an obscene tip and open the passenger door for Anastasia. He's quiet and introspective. Well, she's just been sexually assaulted and now she's getting in a car with you. Probably thinking you're going to drive her to a secluded spot in the woods and kill her and bury her, because that's what I'd be thinking. But she hasn't run. Can I say, when the woman you're courting, when the best you can say after your first kiss is, she hasn't run? Do we think there might be a problem there? Oh my God. Really trying not to highlight everything. I'm failing, but I'm trying. Even though I jumped her in the elevator, that's a polite way to put it. I should say something about what happened in there, but what? I have no self-restraint. I'm sorry I sexually assaulted you. Please don't call the police. Here's $1 million to forget about it. Sorry. How is that for you? What the hell are you doing to me? This is instead. I start the car and decide the less said the better. Yeah, there's less evidence you can give to a lawyer unless to implicate you. The soothing sounds of Delibes, Delibes apostrophe S. I'm assuming this is a band. Flower duet fills the car and I begin to relax. What are we listening to? Anna inquires as I turn southwest on Jefferson Street. I tell her and ask if she likes it. Christian, it's wonderful. Who responds to being told a band like that? You just go, oh. To hear my name on her lips is a strange delight. She said it about half a dozen times now, and each time it's different. Today it's with wonder. At the music. It's great that she likes this piece. It's one of my favorites. I find myself beaming. She's obviously excused me for the elevator outburst. I wouldn't be so sure of that. She's trapped in a car with you, so yeah, it's to her survival benefit to placate you and try to make nice. Again, this is Stockholm syndrome. And that's how she's acting. Can I hear it again? Of course. I tapped the touch screen to replay the music. You like classical music? She asks as we cross the Fremont. I've heard of that. Isn't there two E's in Fremont? Because here it's spelled with one. Isn't it two E's? I think it is. And we fall into easy conversation about my taste in music. While we're talking, I get a call on the hands-free. Also, by the way, wasn't it, this is in 2011, wasn't it illegal in every state to use a hands-free with your cell phone by then? It sure as fuck was here. Gray, I answer. Mr. Gray, it's Welch here. I have the information you require. Oh, yes, the details about the photographer. He should be hanging up on this guy immediately because this guy's about to blow his cover. Good. Email it to me. Anything to add? No, sir. I press the button and the music is back. We both listen, now lost in the raw sound of the Kings of Leon. But it doesn't last long. Our listening pleasure is disturbed once more by the hands-free. What the hell? Gray, I snap. The NDA has been emailed to you, Mr. Gray. Good. That's all, Andrea. Good day, sir. Okay, if you're a qualified assistant at all, you do not call somebody back to confirm that you did what they told you to do because they're going to take it as read that you did and you are just being an obnoxious twit. If you call to just say, I did the thing you told me to do, that's part of my job. What do you expect? A Scooby snack? Shut the fuck up and go do something else. Okay, I'm really regretting fisting my hair like that because my neck is fucking killing me. Oh, and I can't move properly. Headphones on. God damn it. Ugh, this is what Rub A535 was invented for and what I wouldn't give for a truckload of it right now. Ugh. This is why I need a sugar daddy. Not for money, just for creature comforts. Ugh. I sneak a look at Anna to see if she's picked up on the conversation, but she's studying the Portland scenery because she's brain dead because those two calls would make me so sus. I suspect she's being polite. Again, brain dead. It's difficult to keep my eyes on the road. I want to stare at her. For all her... Okay, here, I think this is a made-up word. For all her maladroitness, Maladroitness, she has a beautiful neckline. One that I'd like to kiss from the bottom of her right ear down to her shoulder. Hell, I shuffle in my seat. I hope she agrees to sign the NDA and to take what I have to offer. When we join I-5, I get another call. It's Elliot. Hi, Christian. Did you get laid? Oh, smooth, dude, smooth. This has been every conversation you've had with him. Hello, Elliot. I'm on speakerphone and I'm not alone in the car. Who is with you? Anastasia Steele. Hi, Anna. Hello, Elliot, she says, animated. Heard a lot about you, Elliot says. Kate has a big mouth. Shit, what has he heard? Don't believe a word Kate says, she responds good naturedly. Elliot laughs. I would be pissed. Because if I thought one of my friends had said anything about me, and I do mean literally anything, including my favorite color or time of day regarding me to anybody else, they would no longer be my best friend. I'm dropping Anastasia off now. Shall I pick you up? I interject. There's no doubt Elliot will want to make a quick getaway. Sure. See you shortly. I hang up. Why do you insist on calling me Anastasia? She asks. Because it's your name. I prefer Anna. Do you now? Anna is too everyday and ordinary for her. Too familiar. Those three letters have to those three letters have the power to wound. How drunk was she when she wrote that line? Because it's out of nowhere, has no context, and no place in the story. And also, again, we see him already just taking complete control over her life, including her name. Because she prefers Anna, and yet, as we will see, as we already saw, he continues to call her Anastasia and insists that other people do so throughout their entire relationship and presumably their lives. So again, it doesn't matter what name she prefers to be called by, he will dictate what name she is called. And there's no difference between this and if her name is Anastasia and he said, no, I'm going to call you Lily from now on because I think you look like a lily. It's the same fucking thing. And again, it's more of like taking what little personal identity she has away and reconfiguring her to his image of her and making her abide and conform by that, whether it's true or not. Like, again, FBI, CIA, MI6, if you want to teach agents what to look for in terms of identifying brainwashing cults, have them read these because it will give them a lot of info. And in that moment, I know that her rejection, when it comes, will be hard to take. It's happened before, but I've never felt this. Invested. I don't even know this girl, but I want to know her. All of her. Maybe it's because I've never chased a woman. Gray, get control of yourself and follow the rules. Otherwise, this will all go to shit. Anastasia, I say, ignoring her disapproving look. What happened in the elevator, it won't happen again. Well, not unless it's premeditated. Yeah, let me just arrange for us to be walked in on. That keeps her quiet as I park outside her apartment. Before she can answer me, I climb out of the car, walk around, and open her door. As she steps into the sidewalk, she gives me a fleeting glance. I like what happened in the elevator, she says. See, that's supposed to make it okay. She liked it, so it's okay that he sexually assaulted her. One does not change the other. Though I once had a friend in her 30s to whom it was news that orgasm doesn't equal consent during rape. Elliot and Kate look up when we enter. They're sitting at the dining table in a sparsely furnished room befitting a couple of students. There's a few packing boxes beside a bookshelf. Elliot looks relaxed and not in a hurry to leave, which surprises me. Kavanaugh jumps up and gives me a critical once over as she hugs Anna. What did you think I was going to do to the girl? Uh, exactly what you did, and then some, dumbass. Alright, we got like 2 pages left. I know what I'd like to do to her. As Kavanaugh holds her at arm's length, I'm reassured. Maybe she does care for Anna too. Douchebag. Good morning, Christian, she says, her tone cool and condescending. Because you've been nothing but a jerk to her. Miss Kavanaugh. And what I want to say is something more sarcastic about how she's finally showing some interest in her friend, but I hold my tongue. Christian, your name is Kate, Elliot says with mild irritation. Kate, I mutter to be polite. Elliot hugs Anna, holding her for a moment too long. Why would he do this? He technically hasn't even met her. Hi, Elliot, she beams. Okay, this is becoming unbearable. Elliot, we'd better go. And take your hands off her. That part was in his head, but obviously the possessiveness is already there. Sure, he says, releasing Anna and grabbing Kavanaugh and making an unseemly show of kissing her, says the guy who just sexually assaulted someone in an elevator and got walked in on. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Anna's uncomfortable watching them, and I don't blame her. But when she turns to me with a speculative look through narrowed eyes, what is she thinking? Later's baby, Elliot murmurs, slobbering over Kavanaugh. Dude, show some dignity for heaven's pot kettle. Anna's reproachful eyes are on me, and for a moment I don't know if it's because of Elliot and Kate's lascivious display or, hell, this is what she wants. To be courted and wooed. I don't do romance, sweetheart. Again, stop making me get my lighter out. It's gonna run out of fuel. A lock of her hair is broken free, and without thinking, I tuck it behind her ear. She leans her face into my fingers, the tender gesture surprising me. My thumb strays to her soft bottom lip, which I'd like to kiss again, but I can't. Not until I have her consent. Can I also say, by the way, he's admitting repeatedly that he doesn't have consent to do what he did? Like, just saying. But we have another torch me moment. Come on. There we go. Yeah, go out. I didn't mean to catch that. Shit. Oh my god, that smells so good. I gotta get better at the burning, but it smells really good. Man, I need some sleep, Elliot says as soon as we're in the car. That woman is voracious, so Kate's a slut. That's okay. They deserve each other. Really, my voice drips with sarcasm. The last thing I want is a blow-by-blow account of his assignation. How about you, Hotshot? Did you pop your cherry? I give him a sideways fuck off glare. Elliot laughs. Man, you're one uptight son of a bitch. He pulls his sounder's cap over his face and nestles down into his seat for a nap. I turn up the volume of the music. Sleep through that. Lelliot. Yeah, I envy my brother. His ease with women, his ability to sleep, and the fact that he's not the son of a bitch. That just went all kinds of bizarro land. That's known as not knowing how to write a segue. Jose Luis Rodriguez's background check reveals a ticket for possession of marijuana, but there's nothing in his police records for sexual harassment. Unlike yours. Maybe last night would have been a first if I hadn't intervened. And the little prick smokes weed? So do I, dumbass. Nothing wrong. I hope he doesn't smoke around Anna. And I hope she doesn't smoke, period. Like that's any of your goddamn business. Opening Andrea's email, I send the NDA to the printer in my home in Escala. Anna will need to sign it before I show her my playroom. And in a moment of weakness, or hubris, or perhaps unprecedented optimism, I don't know which, I fill in her name and address on my standard dumb sub contract and send that to print too. There's a knock at the door. Hey, hotshot, let's go hiking, Elliot says through the door. Ah, the child has woken from his nap. Of the two of them, Elliot's acting way more like an adult than he is. Way, way more. The scent of pine, fresh damp earth, and late spring is a balm to my senses. The smell reminds me of those heady days in my childhood running through the forest with Elliot and my sister Mia under the watchful eye of our adoptive parents. The quiet, the space, the freedom, the scrunch of dry pine needles underfoot. Here in the great outdoors, I could forget. I've got like half a page, so. Oh, brace for impact. Here was a refuge from my nightmares. Elliot chatters away, needing only the occasional grunt from me to keep talking. As we make our way along the pebbled shore of the along the pebble as we make our way along the pebbled shore of the Willamette, my mind strays to Anastasia. He's like Forrest Gump thinking of Jenny, except not romantic and sweet. Dark and creepy and evil. For the first time in a long time, I have a sweet sense of anticipation. I'm excited. Will she say yes to my proposal? Okay, the word indecent should have been in there. I picture her sleeping beside me, soft and small, and now we have to ruin what could almost be taken as a romantic thought with, and my cock twitches with expectation. I could have woken her and fucked her then. What a novelty that would have been. I'll fuck her in time. I'll fuck her bound and with her smart mouth gagged. Pause of chapter. Because this chapter still has another 30 pages, but we're not getting to that tonight for Christ's sake. Because I've had more than enough of this goddamn shit. And I didn't even get a duck. Not one duck tonight, and I really wanted one duck. But these are his perpetual thoughts. He keeps having these thoughts over and over again of I will have her, I will fuck her, she will be mine, I could have raped her, but I didn't, and we're supposed to think he's a good guy because by like 1% he held himself back from rape and committed sexual assault and kidnapping. Like, this sounds like an evil villain plotting revenge more than it does some kind of romantic seduction. Ugh. When all of that implies. But that is where we find ourselves tonight. So next week we will finish this chapter and the 30 pages that it still has left. Oh, God save me. And then either all of or some of the next chapter. I haven't looked at the next chapter. Let's see. At the end of oh wait, oh crap. Okay, there's a line on the page, but I'm gonna put a bookmark in just to make it easier. I'll put it back facing so I know. There we go. Okay, so yeah, another 30, 35 actually, 35 pages of that chapter. Let's see how long the next chapter is. Oh fuck, it's long. Oh, okay, we have a problem. Because there's 35 pages of this chapter left, and then the next chapter is 31 pages long. So again, we will read about 10 or so pages of it and then find an appropriate place to pause because that's the best I can do with this. It's not my fault she can't pace for shit. But what are everyone's thoughts tonight? How did oh my god. My mug is all black again. See? You can't see the words on the back anymore. Mm. But oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. It just gets so much worse and it keeps getting worse. Like I knew that being in his head would be worse cuz I knew we'd have all his like creepy dark thoughts on top of like fucking everything else. But like fucking A, it's so much. And it's so blatantly criminal and just blatant thoughts of rape and sexual assault just wall to wall. Like there's hardly a page where he doesn't have a rapey, assaulty, sexual, like disgusting thought. And we're not even 100 pages into the first book and there's 3 of these and they get worse because the other books progressively got worse. Therefore these will too. Ugh. Okay, I'm gonna go take a very hot shower and then find some kind of food to eat and then go to bed and cuddle a puppy. So I hope everyone had a good time. I hope I was at least a little bit entertaining, maybe made you laugh a couple times, even given the material. Thank you to chat for being very entertaining. Thank you, Seth Dale, for being awesome. You rock socks. Thank you, Sarah Bellum, for showing up and hanging out. Good to have new people. Hope we come back. And I hope everyone is having a great weekend. I hope you all have a great Sunday. Take care of you. Love a fur baby. Be good to yourself. Do something fun. And I will see you all next week. I've been Insane Lane. Good night. Bye bye.